Hey guys. Tonight's story starts with a tavern too loud, a mug too full, and a vegetable with eyes carved into it that's watching you like it knows your secrets. The fire snaps, the crowd cheers, and before you can find the door, you're locked in a staring contest with a chicken who clearly outranks you, and that's just the first drink. But before you get too cozy, take a second to gently tap that new hype button YouTube just added. It really does help little guys like me push through the algorithm. And take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy this strange little corner of quiet storytelling. And drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's strangely comforting to know who else is drifting off with us around the world. Now get comfortable, let the day melt away, and we'll drift back together into the quiet corners of the past. The fire crackles like it's trying to join the conversation, which at this point is mostly laughter, hiccups, and someone insisting that owls are government spies. You're not sure what a government is, but the owl on the roof looks suspicious enough that you don't argue. Your tunic smells like wood smoke and spilled something, and your feet are already damp from stepping somewhere you probably weren't meant to. It's fine. That's what feet are for. Mistakes. You didn't plan to drink tonight. Not really. You told yourself this morning that you'd be sensible, responsible, maybe even productive. You had a list. You've lost the list. Possibly inside your sock. Possibly inside your cousin's goat. The goat has been eyeing you all evening, like it knows something. Still, the fire is warm, the laughter infectious, and the ale flows like someone forgot to turn it off. The first mug is handed to you with the reverence of a sacred relic. You accept it, like a knight accepts a cursed sword, knowingly, proudly, foolishly. The first sip tastes like old apples and burnt ambition. The second sip is better. By the third, you're not entirely sure if you're drinking or breathing. The tavern is louder than usual. Someone's playing a lute with only 3 strings and infinite confidence. A child dances in a circle nearby with a chicken tied to one wrist. No one knows why. The chicken seems to be enjoying it. Your neighbor elbows you and offers a toast to friendship, or maybe to ferns. You clink mugs anyway. It's not important. That's when she appears, the woman with the tray. She's wearing a smirk and one eyebrow like armor. On the tray are 6 small wooden cups, each filled with a substance that appears to shimmer. You ask what it is, she says. Don't ask questions. You nod as if that's a real answer. She offers one to you. It's warm. It smells like mushrooms and courage. You drink it. Immediately, your tongue forgets what it's doing, and your stomach starts filing a formal complaint. Someone nearby says it's made from mushrooms that only grow near the edge of the marsh, in places where frogs prey and men disappear. This is said with a straight face, which somehow makes it worse. Your vision adjusts, not in a helpful way. The room tilts slightly to the left. The fire winks at you. You wink back. Somewhere across the tavern, a pig blinks slowly in your direction. You did not know there was a pig here. You begin to question what else you've missed. The lute player has now added drumming by kicking a barrel. Rhythm is not his strength. Volume is. The child has tied the chicken to a stool and is performing some kind of ritual dance involving one sock and a handful of hay. You applaud politely. The second mushroom cup appears. You insist you're fine. Your voice sounds like someone else's, possibly a bishop's. You drink the second one anyway. Your fingers feel like they've forgotten the order of operations. Your toes hum. You are now convinced the tavern is floating. It's not unpleasant. You try to stand. The bench has opinions about this. It creaks, sways, and eventually lets you go with a sound like a disappointed uncle. You sway toward the door, determined to find air or enlightenment, or at least a bush that doesn't judge. On the way, you stop to bless the barmaid. You tell her she's glowing. She tells you that's the candle. You thank the candle. Outside, the stars have opinions. They whirl above you like gossip. The wind whispers something into your ear, and you nod solemnly. You have no idea what it said. It might have been your own breath. Someone laughs behind you, and it might be a friend or a ghost. Either way, it's reassuring. You sit on a stump, and the stump accepts you like it's been waiting all night. The sky spins. Your thoughts are soft, round things that bump into each other without purpose. You remember your grandmother's soup. You remember your first kiss. You remember that time you punched a goose by accident. Everything is soft and golden and slightly sideways. A dog joins you. You don't know whose dog. It places its head on your knee and sighs. You offer it half a biscuit from your pocket. The biscuit is older than you thought. The dog takes it anyway. Loyalty like that should be illegal. From inside the tavern, the sound of singing emerges. It's not a song you know. You sing along anyway. Your voice is too loud, too sharp, and exactly right. The stars seem to pause. The fire cracks again. The wind agrees. You feel warm, not just from the drink, but from something else. The weightless kind of joy that only comes when your worries are asleep and your common sense has wandered off to flirt with a stranger. You don't know how the night will end. You don't need to. Right now, your cup is empty, your heart is full, and the mushrooms are doing something deeply unregulated in your bloodstream. You look at the stars, and they look back like old friends who owe you money. You laugh. The dog barks once. You raise your hand, wave at nothing in particular, and say, "To the owl." You don't know why, but it feels right. You are standing on a bench. Possibly, it might be a barrel, or the back of someone's very patient cousin. The room is spinning gently, like a bakery carousel full of bad decisions, and your hand is in the air, holding a mug that's somehow both empty and majestic. You are making a toast. This much you know. You are shouting words with the conviction of a man who believes language is optional as long as the tone is confident. You say something about goats. You say something about honor. You definitely say something about your cousin's wedding, which hasn't happened yet and may not, depending on how the night unfolds. Everyone cheers, loudly. Someone claps. Someone else falls over, which you interpret as agreement. You bow, or possibly tip over slightly, and catch yourself on a man who smells like bread and disappointment. He nods at you with the slow approval of a sheep who's seen too much. Your mouth is still open. You're still talking. You think. The words tumble out like drunk dancers, each one convinced it's the most important. You mention the moon. You accuse it of spying. You declare that tonight is for freedom, for laughter, and for cheeses left unsupervised. More cheers. Someone repeats part of your speech back to you later, and it includes a phrase that sounds suspiciously like, "And may your socks always be warm, even in betrayal." You nod solemnly when they say it. You don't remember saying it. You are, however, proud. The tavern has leaned into chaos. The floorboards groan like old men with gossip. The walls wobble in sympathy. Or maybe it's your vision. The fire spits sparks, and someone tries to catch one. You tell them that's how wizards are born. They believe you. You believe you. A large man with eyebrows like moss-covered caterpillars hands you another mug. You take it. He calls, "You, my lord," and bows. You assume this is a joke, or a very elaborate misunderstanding. You raise your mug and declare, "To the caterpillars," just to be safe. A woman to your left throws her braid over her shoulder and toasts back, "To the moss." You are now in a political movement you didn't intend to start. The barmaid has started dancing, so has a broom. Neither looks entirely sober. The broom wins, narrowly. A dog runs through the tavern with a sausage in its mouth and the confidence of a noble. A man with one boot chases it while shouting something about revenge and mustard. You salute them both. Someone spills something down your back. You turn, ready for a duel. But it's a small boy with 2 mugs and a grin too wide for his face. "This one's for you," he says, handing you a cup filled with something thick, purple, and vaguely hissing. You accept it like a man accepting fate. The cup steams slightly. You drink it anyway. You no longer fear steam, or flavor, or consequences. The lute player is now on his third song about betrayal and second about soup. The audience is divided. Half weep openly. The other half are arm wrestling with chickens. You support both causes. A man next to you whispers that he once married a barrel in a fever dream and sometimes wonders if it counted. You toast to that too. Another speech begins, not from you this time, but from a man who insists he's the king of spoons. He climbs onto the table, flourishes a ladle, and begins reciting something in what might be French or a very tired sneeze. You clap. Everyone claps. A spoon is thrown in celebration. It hits the ceiling, sticks briefly, then falls into someone's stew. They eat around it with respect. You are handed a turnip with a face drawn on it. It's wearing a crown made of straw. You kiss it on the forehead and dub it Lord Tubberton. The crowd approves. Somewhere near the door, someone is trying to explain taxes to a drunk monk. The monk is winning. Outside, the stars are bright and spinning, but you're not sure if it's them or you. Inside, the tavern glows like a memory that hasn't happened yet. You raise your mug again, just because. You shout something about dragons and soup rights. You think. You're not sure. Someone laughs so hard they fall into a pickle barrel. Someone else fishes them out using only one hand and a curse word. You toast again. You can't help it. It's the rhythm now. Toast, drink, cheer, toast again. Like breathing. If breathing involved more shouting and fewer rules, you invent a new cheer. To whatever this is, you cry. The room roars back. You forget how many times you've toasted. You forget what you were toasting. You forget your cousin's name, but your heart is light, your face is flushed, and your voice is hoarse from joy. You are the architect of nonsense, the bard of barley, the ambassador of unhinged revelry, and for tonight, that's enough. You pick up your mug with the caution of a man who's been lied to before. The liquid inside sloshes like it knows something you don't. It smells the same as last week. Sour apples, smoldering hay, and the faint trace of old promises. But your instincts twitch like a squirrel in a thunderstorm. You sip it anyway, because you've made worse decisions and you're committed to continuity. The first swallow hits like an accusation. It tastes like last week, if last week had been set on fire and then rebuilt by a committee of drunk bees. You blink. The room does not. It stays very still, which is worrying. The walls are too polite. The floor hums faintly. You decide it's just the wood being contemplative. The brewer, a woman with shoulders like stone walls and the permanent expression of someone unimpressed by death, sees you wobble slightly and raises one eyebrow. Same batch, she says, without looking up from whatever she's hammering into a barrel. You nod too quickly and immediately lose track of your neck. You want to argue. You want to explain that either the recipe has changed or your bloodstream is now mostly mead. But your tongue has filed for temporary retirement, and your knees are taking turns trying to escape your body through opposite directions. You retreat to a stool, which greets you like an old enemy, pretending to be civil. You settle in with the grace of a man being lowered by invisible ropes. Someone nearby belches a tune. You think it's the village anthem. The table next to you erupts in laughter when a man spills a full mug on a loaf of bread and declares it blessed. You raise your own mug to the bread, out of solidarity. The bread deserves this moment. You attempt another sip, slower this time. The ale purrs into your mouth and claws its way down like a drunk cat in a hurry. It curls in your gut and begins singing, loudly, with bagpipes. You look around for support. The dog under your table, a wiry little gremlin with one eye and a tongue too long for its mouth, blinks at you with pity. You nod at him. He understands. The tavern seems louder than before, or closer. The air is thicker. Someone is playing a fiddle with too much emotion and not enough accuracy. A man stands on a barrel shouting about ducks and property rights. The ale makes you consider his point. The ducks do have a certain entitlement in their waddles. You are almost convinced, until he trips, knocks over a candle, and sets his sleeve on fire. No one helps. It's fine. He uses beer to extinguish it, and the crowd applauds. Your knees betray you when you try to stand again. One bends too soon, the other not at all. You stumble forward into a woman carrying a tray of pickled things. She catches you with the reflexes of someone who's caught worse, steadies you, and whispers, "Don't trust the mushrooms tonight." You don't know what mushrooms. You thank her anyway. She disappears before you can ask if that was advice or prophecy. Back at your table, your mug is somehow full again. You don't remember refilling it. You suspect sorcery. You drink it. You taste apples and wood smoke and the kind of honesty that only happens by accident. The ale is not a beverage. It is a presence. It arrives with expectations and a curriculum. It wants to teach you something, possibly about your limits. You watch as a man tries to juggle tankards while balancing on one leg. He fails instantly and celebrates his failure like a victory. That seems right. Failure tonight is just success with different timing. The brewer watches all of it with mild disdain, as if daring the ale to make things worse. It obliges. A second candle goes out for no reason. Someone claims they saw a ghost. Someone else claims they are the ghost. The tavern accepts both statements without judgment. You lean back against the wall, and the wall leans back. You blink slowly. The air hums louder. The laughter wraps around you like a scarf knitted by chaos. Your mug tilts toward your mouth again, uninvited. You drink. You're past curiosity now. You're participating out of sheer principle. You wonder if you're just weaker this week. Maybe something inside you softened, like old leather left in the rain. Or maybe it's the ale, thicker, bolder, aged for exactly too long in a barrel that once held fear. Either way, the night is winning. You don't mind. You're not here to fight it. You're just here to toast the bread, blink at the dog, and float. You're mid-sentence about something deeply profound, possibly involving sheep loyalty or the emotional intelligence of onions, when a hush falls over the tavern. Not a real hush, not a silence exactly, more of a collective pause, like the room is holding its breath while still talking. Heads turn toward the door, where a man in a wide-brimmed hat and an attitude glides in with the drama of a weather change. He carries a small barrel tucked under one arm like it owes him money, and you don't recognize him, which means one of two things. He's either from the next village over, or he doesn't exist in the usual sense. People part for him instinctively. The dog under your table whimpers. The brewer stares at him with narrowed eyes and a jaw set for battle. He doesn't speak. He just walks to the counter, places the barrel down, and gestures like a man offering a gift or a challenge or a trap. The lid is popped open. A scent escapes, sharp, fermented, with notes of forgotten truths and mossy violence. A few people cough. One woman fans herself with a stale biscuit. Someone calls it the good stuff. They always do. You've noticed that people only call things that when they're trying to warn you or impress someone, sometimes both. This isn't on the menu. This doesn't have a name. It's just poured. You watch a cup of it slosh in the brewer's hands. She eyes it like it might blink. Someone beside you whispers that it's been aged in a barrel made from the wood of a cursed ship. Someone else says it was first brewed by monks who weren't allowed to talk about feelings and accidentally made this instead. A man in the corner mutters that he once drank it and became a bird for 3 minutes. He refuses to elaborate. The cup is passed to you. Of course it is. You've made too many toasts tonight. You've nodded too confidently. You've clapped too hard at the story about the haunted turnip. You are, whether by fate or bad luck, exactly the kind of person they hand this to. The liquid looks harmless enough. Amber, maybe a little green around the edges, like a pond that's been politely threatening to kill you. You sniff it. Your nose immediately regrets being part of your body. You raise the cup. Someone cheers. Someone else makes the sign of the cross. The room leans in. You drink. The taste arrives in stages. First, there's something sweet, almost friendly, like burnt honey or a compliment from someone who just wants your potatoes. Then comes the hay, unmistakable and aggressive, as if it was not so much distilled as held over a fire and screamed at. And finally, the vengeance. You can't describe it exactly, but it tastes like someone is holding a grudge against your childhood. It spreads from your tongue to your spine and then detours briefly through your soul. Your body goes very still, not calm, just absent. You feel yourself leave the room, not physically, more in a spiritual way, like your consciousness decided it was too sober for this and went outside to think. You are floating, possibly sideways. You hear bells that aren't there and remember the name of a horse you once knew for 5 minutes. When your soul returns, it brings with it an overwhelming awareness of your own eyebrows. The tavern hasn't changed, but it's different now. Brighter, louder. The shadows have opinions. The chairs judge you gently. You are sweating from your kneecaps. The man with the wide-brimmed hat is gone. You didn't see him leave. The barrel is still there, half full, steaming like an unsolved riddle. The brewer snorts and says something under her breath that might be a prayer or a curse or both. The man with the bird story has fallen asleep, hugging a cabbage. The dog has buried its head under a bench. You sit very still, hands on the table like you're waiting for someone to arrest you. Your ears ring faintly. You're fairly certain you just tasted time. Someone nudges you, asking how it was. You open your mouth and a sound comes out that has never been used in human communication before. They nod solemnly and pour themselves a cup. More people try it. One man cries. A woman kisses the floor. 2 friends argue passionately about whether it tastes more like despair or honesty. You sip water, or try to. The water recoils. The night resumes, but slower. The fire burns a little weirder. The songs are stranger. You feel your thoughts peeling like old paint. There's a turnip on the bar wearing a tiny hat. No one seems surprised. Least of all the turnip. You're still not sure if it was good, just that it was true. It starts because you need something to lean on, that's all. Just a moment of support while your legs negotiate with gravity, which they now seem to find highly suspicious. The bench is too far, the wall is doing something shifty, and your hand lands on the table instead, where a turnip sits like it's been waiting all evening just for you. You did not place the turnip there. You don't know who did. It has a face carved into it, crudely, but with effort. 2 lopsided eyes, a crooked smile, and a dash of something almost flirty in the tilt of the leafy stem. You blink at it. It does not blink back, which is respectful. You decide to introduce yourself. Your name sounds like it's wearing heavy boots when you say it. The turnip does not recoil. Encouraged, you compliment its color. Rich, earthy, confident. You tell it you admire its commitment to being root-based in such a judgmental world. The turnip, to its credit, says nothing offensive. Someone behind you laughs, but not at you, not cruelly. Just the soft sound of someone who's been exactly where you are, and maybe still visits sometimes. You tell the turnip that it's refreshing to talk to someone who listens. The turnip agrees by continuing to exist silently. You take this as interest, maybe even compatibility. You ask it where it's from. You guess a nice patch on a sunny slope, maybe raised by monks who only spoke in riddles. You compliment its posture, its patience, its emotional intelligence. You mention how rare that is in root vegetables. You tell it about your cousin's wedding and your cousin's goat, and the time you accidentally insulted a bishop by mispronouncing the word celery. The turnip offers no judgment. By now you've cradled your head on one arm, gazing at it with the warmth of a bard describing the moon. You lift your mug and toast to things that grow in the dirt and still believe in love. You're not entirely sure what you mean, but the turnip seems deeply moved. That's when the tavern keeper appears. She does not approach like someone interrupting a grand romance. She approaches like someone approaching a problem that needs to be gently relocated before it starts singing. She's broad in the shoulders, wrapped in an apron that's seen too many stories, and she smells faintly of burnt honey and consequences. She taps your shoulder. You smile without turning, still locked in deep conversation about the ethics of stew. She taps again, firmer this time. You glance up. She raises an eyebrow, then tilts her head toward the corner of the room where the drunk and confused are sent to contemplate their choices and maybe eat some bread. You nod solemnly. You understand. She doesn't get it. She doesn't see the spark between you and the turnip. You gather it gently, both hands, like a treasure or a particularly fragile squirrel, and follow her across the room with the dignity of a man escorted from a throne he never asked for. The relocation corner is dimly lit, populated mostly by people arguing with mugs or trying to untangle their own cloaks from themselves. You're placed on a stool next to a man who thinks he's a goose. You offer the turnip a better view of the room. It deserves that. The tavern keeper walks away without a word. You don't blame her. You whisper to the turnip that some people just aren't ready to witness something real. It nods, emotionally. You think. The goose man honks once and falls asleep on his own lap. You and the turnip sit in silence for a while, watching the tavern swirl. The singing has gotten louder and less accurate. The fire pops dramatically. Someone throws a potato at a bell and misses by an entire table. You sip what's left in your mug. It tastes different now, softer, like the kind of bitterness that's been aging with purpose. You hold the turnip close, shielding it from the worst of the noise. You don't know what tomorrow brings, but tonight, you are not alone. You are not misunderstood. You are seen by something that once lived underground and still chose to show up looking radiant. You press your forehead gently to its crown. It's cool, solid, honest. A voice nearby mutters that you've been talking to a vegetable for 20 minutes. You mutter back that some vegetables have better manners than people. The turnip agrees, silently, but with presence. It begins with eye contact. That's always how trouble starts, isn't it? Not the loud kind, not sword fights or tax disputes, but the slow, creeping kind that sneaks up on you with poultry. The chicken enters the tavern like it owns the deed. No one stops it. A few people nod respectfully. One man tips his hat. You, being 6 mugs deep into your evening and already emotionally entangled with a turnip, stare. The chicken stares back. It is not a large chicken, but it carries itself with the poise of a nobleman and the quiet fury of someone who's been kept waiting too long. Its feathers are slightly ruffled, not from stress, but from attitude. It steps through the room with unhurried disdain, talons clacking softly against the floorboards, and you get the distinct impression that this bird has absolutely no time for your nonsense. You narrow your eyes. The chicken does not blink. You glance around to see if anyone else notices the intensity of this moment. They do not. Or perhaps they're pretending not to, the way people do when something awkward is happening but no one wants to get involved. The bard keeps playing. The dice keep rolling. Someone in the back is arguing about goats and inheritance laws. But the air has shifted. You feel it. The tavern now contains a challenge, and the challenge is feathered. You square your shoulders and lock eyes with it. This is not a decision you make so much as a fate you accept. Somewhere, deep inside, a very old part of you rises, a dusty piece of pride that once argued with a goose in your childhood and never really healed from the experience. You focus. You channel everything you've ever felt about authority and poultry into your stare. The chicken stops. You stop. The world narrows to a tunnel, and at the other end is a pair of beady, inscrutable eyes. It looks through you, not at you, through you, past your defenses and into the wobbly scaffolding of your very spirit. This bird has seen things. This bird has judged things. And now this bird is judging you. You tell yourself this is ridiculous. You tell yourself you're a grown adult. Possibly. You tell yourself that you've bested tougher opponents. Taxes, romantic disappointment, the time you tried to mend a fence while tipsy and nailed your sleeve to it. But none of them had eyes like this. Cold, steady, unforgiving. You blink. It does not. Your breath falters. A bead of sweat traces a line down your temple like even your own body is retreating. You try to hold steady, but your eyes are dry and your soul is making whimpering noises. The chicken takes one step forward. A calculated step. A power move. You blink again. Twice. Rapidly. Your left eye twitches like it's reconsidering its life choices. The chicken tilts its head slightly, just enough to remind you that it knows. It knows it's won. Then, with the slow elegance of royalty leaving a mediocre party, it turns away and struts toward the back door. No rush, no gloating, just quiet, undeniable superiority. You sit, defeated, barely breathing. The tension leaves the room like a held breath finally exhaled, and then the applause begins. It starts small, a single clap, maybe sarcastic, maybe sincere, but then it spreads like fire in dry hay. The whole tavern joins in, cheering and hollering, mugs raised high. You hear someone shout, "Best 2 out of 3," but it's too late. The chicken is gone. It never looks back. You bow your head, not in shame, exactly, more in acknowledgement. You have been measured by a force greater than yourself and found wanting. That's all right. Everyone loses sometimes. Some people lose to fate, some to love. You, tonight, lose to a chicken. The dog under the table licks your boot sympathetically. Someone hands you a drink, the universal remedy for emotional poultry damage. You sip. It tastes like humility and roasted barley. You stare at the door the chicken disappeared through, wondering where it's going, what it's seen, what taverns it'll haunt next. Maybe one day you'll meet again. Maybe not. But if you do, you'll be ready, or at least less surprised. It starts with a hum, not a good one, not in tune, not even in key, but it rises up from your chest like a bird you forgot you were keeping in there. A rumble of inspiration hits you somewhere between the dregs of your mug and the third verse of whatever song the bard just gave up on. No one's paying much attention to the music anymore. They're busy yelling about whose stool is whose, and whether that eel in the bucket counts as a guest or a snack. The moment is ripe. You stand. This is a mistake. You're aware of that before your knees are. But your blood is fizzy, and your heart is full of old stories you've never told, and your voice, your beautiful, questionable voice, needs the freedom of the open air, or at least the smoky, bread-scented haze of the tavern ceiling. You clear your throat like a bishop about to preach. Someone claps once, slowly, either to encourage you or to alert others to incoming disaster. You ignore it. You raise your arms, sway slightly, and begin. The first note leaves your mouth like a goat escaping a fence. It soars, it stumbles, it immediately startles a nearby man into dropping his pie. You power through. The lyrics form on their own. You are not the composer so much as the vessel through which this particular madness enters the world. A ballad is being born, not planned. It begins with the sea, of course, because all songs worth singing begin with the sea. Then there's a woman, maybe a queen, maybe a laundress, definitely involved with a haddock. You don't know why it's a haddock. You just feel that it is. The tavern begins to listen, not in admiration, not yet, but in the way one watches a fire begin in someone else's cart. Eyes turn, mouths pause mid-mead. The dog looks up from under the table, visibly concerned. You hit a high note, or attempt to. What emerges is more of a howl, a tremble of emotion so raw that a toddler in the corner begins to cry, and a jug of cider cracks slightly. Still, you persist. This song matters now. It has weight. It has a chorus. You shout it with your whole chest. Oh, she loved him true, that fish so blue. The word blue is drawn out for too long. No one stops you. Someone throws a piece of bread, not at you, just generally. Another person begins harmonizing, badly, and with a different song entirely. You welcome them like a brother. You both sway in different directions. You sing of underwater promises and a love that could not be, of scales that gleamed like moonlight and a betrayal beneath the docks. There is weeping now, probably from the effort of stifling laughter. A man at the bar begins tapping along with a spoon and the enthusiasm of someone who can't hear you clearly. You attempt a key change. This is brave, possibly illegal. The room winces as one, but you are undeterred. You are the storm now. You are the tide. You are every bard who ever drank too much and confused a metaphor with a declaration of war. At one point, you drop to one knee. It feels right, dramatic, vulnerable. You sing directly to a loaf of bread that someone left behind, imagining it as the fish lover lost to the tides. The bread says nothing. Its silence is haunting. You finish with a flourish, arms wide, voice cracking like old parchment. The final note dies somewhere near the rafters, clinging there like a bat with stage fright. Silence follows, a long, thick moment where the world holds its breath. Then applause erupts. Not good applause, not the kind that says, "That was beautiful." The kind that says, "Thank the saints it's over," and "What just happened?" But applause nonetheless. You take it all. You bow deeply, possibly too deeply, and knock over your own stool. It crashes behind you. The applause grows. Someone shouts, "Encore." Someone else shouts, "Don't you dare." You stand tall, proud, vibrating slightly. Your heart races. Your throat burns. Your soul has been wrung out like a wet tunic. You feel alive, glorious, possibly cursed. A stranger hands you a pickle as a token of respect. You nod solemnly and accept it like a knight receiving a blade. You are a singer now, and your ballad lives on in the minds of all who heard it, against their will. You do not remember exactly why the table seemed like the next logical step in your evening's progression, but here you are, standing before it with the kind of confidence that only fermented optimism can provide. It calls to you, the way cliffs call to poets or wells call to children with sticks. It's not a particularly large table, or steady, or clean, but it is flat and elevated and not currently occupied by a sleeping uncle or a large wheel of cheese, which in this tavern counts as destiny. You place one foot on it. It creaks softly, like an old man unsure about a second marriage. Someone notices. They do not stop you. They simply raise an eyebrow and nudge the person beside them. That person nudges someone else. Within moments, the tavern is aware. This is now an event. You climb atop it in stages. 1 foot, then a knee, then a kind of sideways lurch that resembles a crab performing a blessing. You achieve full verticality. Applause, or maybe warning. It's hard to tell. The ale sloshing inside you votes for triumph. Your body, however, is already filing complaints. The music hasn't stopped since. The chicken incident, and it seems to be speeding up now, as though the lute player knows what's about to happen and wants a faster tempo to score your downfall. You sway, not with the rhythm, just with general uncertainty. Then you move. It's not dancing exactly. It's more of a sequence of gestures that imply dance without ever committing to it. Your hips make a brave attempt. Your arms flail with the poetry of kelp in a storm. Your feet stomp out a pattern that would confuse even the most seasoned cartographer. People are cheering now, or yelling, or praying. The bartender hides her face in a towel. For one glorious moment, you feel unstoppable, a god, a creature of joy and motion and deeply questionable choices. You spin, not a full spin, more of a turn, a shuffle, a wobble with flair. You stomp once, hard, and raise your hands like a victorious scarecrow. The table sighs, not metaphorically, it actually sighs, a long wooden groan from deep within its centuries-old joints. You freeze. The music falters. The crowd leans forward like witnesses at an execution, and then it happens. The table collapses beneath you with the finality of a decision that's been postponed for too long. It doesn't break so much as give up. The legs fold like disappointed parents. The top shatters in half with a crack that silences the room, and also possibly your spine. You do not fall with grace. You fall with volume. It's not a clean drop. It's a slow, chaotic descent interrupted by tankards, a ceramic bowl, someone's elbow, and the vague sensation of being tangled in a curtain that you're fairly certain wasn't anywhere near you before. You land in a pile of splinters, sauerkraut, and the remains of what was once either a pie or a hat. Silence. The dog whines. A baby somewhere begins to cry but is quickly hushed. Your ears ring. You are face down in what smells like mead and pickled ambition. Then the laughter starts. It erupts, wild and full-bellied, from every corner of the tavern. Not cruel laughter. Joyous, chaotic, deeply appreciative. You've gifted them a moment, and they unwrap it like children at a festival. Someone claps. Someone else tosses a coin near your foot, murmuring something about performance art. The bard begins to play again, slower now, possibly a ballad of noble failure. Hands lift you, many hands, sticky, warm, insistent. They prop you up on a bench that wasn't broken 5 minutes ago. Someone dabs at your face with a cloth. You wave them off with the grandeur of a monarch in decline. The tavern keeper surveys the wreckage, eyes narrowed, lips pressed together, like she's trying to decide between banishment and adoption. She glances at the ruined table, at you, then at the pile of coins now inexplicably forming near your boot. She sighs. It was due to break anyway, she mutters, and walks off to fetch a broom and maybe some stronger drink. You sit, bones buzzing, pride a little dented, but spirit entirely intact. Someone hands you a pickle again. This is becoming a thing. You nod your thanks and raise it like a trophy. The table did not survive, but you did, and for tonight, that is more than enough. You do not set out to invent a beverage. That's not the sort of ambition that wakes you in the morning. Most mornings, you're content if your socks match and your boots don't whisper when you walk. But the night has turned bold. Something in the air, or perhaps something in the ale, tells you that the rules are soft and the hour forgiving. The tavern is warm with laughter and bad decisions, and you are somewhere in the middle of both. It begins with a mug of mead, mostly full, slightly sticky, abandoned by someone who left to chase a chicken or love, possibly both. Next to it, someone else's cider sits unattended, sloshing gently in its cup like it's been waiting for this moment. You take a sniff. It smells sharp and promising, with undertones of apples and risk. You do not ask for permission. You are past that stage of the night. You pour the cider into the mead. The mead does not resist. The two swirl together like rival nobles forced to dance at a wedding. Curious, you take a sip. It is not bad, but it is not quite enough. Your eyes search the table for inspiration, the way an artist surveys a chaotic canvas. A spoon glints at you, tarnished but determined. Without thinking, you dip it into your cup and stir, then pull the spoon out, still dripping, and lick it like a child testing batter. The taste is peculiar. Sweet, sharp, slightly metallic, and utterly confusing. Still, something is missing. That's when you see the pickle. Of course there is a pickle. There is always a pickle. It sits on a napkin beside a cheese rind and a knife you hope no one used recently. The pickle is half eaten or half forgotten, you can't tell which. You stare at it. It stares back. Somewhere deep in your addled mind, a voice whispers, "Destiny." You pick up the pickle and, without ceremony, plop it into the mug. It bobs once, then settles, its tip poking out like a mast on a doomed ship. You take another sip. It is bold. It is wrong, but confidently so. You smack your lips and declare, to no one in particular, refreshing. Someone nearby coughs in protest. A man watching from a corner raises his eyebrows so high they almost leave his face. A woman mutters something about blasphemy. You ignore them. Greatness is never understood at first. You raise the mug again. The mead brings warmth. The cider brings bite. The pickle brings, and questions, philosophical ones. You take another sip, this time chewing slightly, just to experience the full emotional arc. Your stomach stirs. Not in rebellion just yet. More like the sound a cat makes before deciding whether or not to knock over a vase. You proudly christen your creation, the Widowmaker. You're not sure why. It just feels right. Possibly ominous, possibly marketable. You attempt to sketch a logo in the puddle on the table, which mostly looks like a lopsided duck. No one stops you. Someone challenges you to a duel of mixology. You accept. You are not a bartender, but you are something rarer. A visionary with a high tolerance and no immediate responsibilities. The duel never materializes because the challenger is distracted by a pie cart and forgets what they were yelling about halfway through a sentence. This counts as a victory. You continue drinking. Your stomach, now fully aware of what you've done, issues a formal protest. It begins with murmurs and escalates to dramatic gurgles that sound like someone trying to remember the lyrics to a sea shanty while underwater. You pat your belly and tell it to hush. This is innovation. This is history. This is. A hiccup escapes your lips with such force that it startles a nearby cat into leaping 3 feet straight up and onto a beam. You apologize. To the cat. To the pickle. Possibly to your ancestors. You lose track. You offer sips of the Widowmaker to nearby patrons. One accepts and immediately claims to see colors that don't exist. Another demands to know what year it is. A third person asks if there's more and begins licking the rim of your cup. You hand it over graciously. It is no longer yours. It belongs to the people now. You sit back, light-headed, triumphant, gently vibrating. Somewhere in the tavern, someone begins singing about a trout who became king. Someone else is trying to place spoons on a loaf of bread. The night continues around you like a parade of nonsense and spilled gravy, but in your heart, you know you've contributed something lasting, something dangerous, something vaguely pickle-adjacent. And your stomach, though disgruntled, accepts its fate. For now, the broom catches your eye around the same time your sense of judgment leaves the building. It's leaning casually in the corner like it owns the place, all bristles and quiet mystery. Just watching the night unfold with the detached confidence of someone who's seen worse. And you're not saying it's the most attractive thing in the room. That honor goes to a roasted parsnip, currently being eaten with reverence at the next table. But there's something about its stance, its posture, the way the moonlight glints off the worn wood of its handle. You are moved. You rise with intention, possibly also with the help of the bench behind you, which gives a tired groan as you detach yourself from it. You stagger slightly, adjust your tunic, and make your way toward the broom. Your pace is deliberate, meaning slow, meaning your legs have begun an internal negotiation about who's still on duty. You arrive with minimal stumbling and plant yourself in front of the object of your affection. It doesn't speak, of course, but you feel a connection, a spark, a mutual understanding between two beings made weary by the world, but still upright. You clear your throat. Lovely creature, you begin, gesturing vaguely in a swooping arc that accidentally slaps a nearby stool. You stand tall. You clean with grace. You're so bristly. In the best way. No one intervenes yet. This is surprising, because your volume is increasing and your proximity to the broom has entered what could be described as intimate. You drop to one knee, or possibly two. It's unclear whether that second one was intentional or just gravity cashing in a favor. You continue. Marry me, you declare with a dramatic flair usually reserved for last rites and cheese auctions. Let us sweep away the dust of loneliness together. Let me be the dustpan to your destiny. A gasp ripples through the tavern. You're not sure if it's admiration or horror. You don't care. You are committed. The broom, silent as ever, does not reject you. This is encouraging. You take its silence as consent. You lean forward and gently rest your forehead against the shaft of its handle, whispering sweet promises about domestic bliss and shared chores, and never, ever letting a mop come between you. Then comes the voice. What in the holy name of Saint Scrubbin are you doing to my broom? You turn. The innkeeper is standing behind you, arms folded, expression somewhere between disbelief and that look a parent gets when a child brings a live goose into the house and insists it's a cousin. She does not look charmed. You blink up at her from your semi-kneeling position, the broom still cradled lovingly in your arms. You open your mouth to explain but realize there is no short version. Instead, you offer the only truth that matters. She understands me. The innkeeper stares. She closes her eyes briefly, the way one might during a long funeral or after biting into something unexpectedly crunchy. Then she sighs and walks away, muttering something about having seen worse during the barley festival. This is not a no. Encouraged, you return your attention to your bride. Someone begins to clap, slowly, ironically, but others join in. Within moments, there is a full round of applause echoing off the tavern walls, half mockery, half celebration, all echoing around your spinning head like wedding bells rung by drunkards. A man in a wide hat offers to officiate. He claims to be ordained in 3 different sects and at least 1 bakery. You accept. Rings are discussed, none found. A string of garlic is suggested as a substitute. You cry at your own vows, which mostly involve sweeping metaphors and promises to never store her in a dark cupboard. The ceremony is short, moving, possibly heretical. When it ends, someone hands you a flagon of something celebratory and questionably fermented. You raise it high, toast to love, and promptly spill half of it on your tunic. Your new wife does not judge. She simply leans against the wall, steadfast as ever. Later, you are escorted gently to a corner bench by 2 people who may be friends or hired handlers. It's unclear. The broom is placed lovingly beside you. You hold its handle with reverence, forehead resting against it once more as the room sways in rhythm with your heartbeat. You whisper a final thought into the night. Forever. The broom, ever silent, does not say no. The moment is not dramatic. There is no triumphant yell, no epic slip, no tavern-wide gasp. It happens between one step and the next, quietly, like the universe flicking a switch labeled Nope. One moment, you're upright, confident, blurry, noble in the way spilled soup is noble. The next, you are not. The next, you're sideways, or downwards, possibly upside down. It's hard to tell. Time bends slightly. The floor meets you with enthusiasm. It's not a gentle meeting. It's not a hello old friend kind of moment. It's a headbutt. You hear a thump, feel a thud, and smell something faintly reminiscent of old turnips and spilled dreams. The floor is made of thick, uneven planks that have survived centuries of stomping, spilling, and secrets. Tonight, they've had enough. You blink. You are eye to eye with a peanut. You did not know peanuts existed here, or perhaps it's just a shriveled lentil with aspirations. Either way, it's judging you. You try to push yourself up with the grace of a noble warrior who has merely chosen to lie down briefly, but your limbs have turned into warm, drunk eels. Your arm goes one way. Your knee protests. Your ankle makes a sound like a door being politely closed in the distance. Someone walks by, and steps over you with practiced indifference. This is not the first time they've seen someone have a heartfelt conversation with the floorboards. You attempt words. They emerge slowly, thoughtfully, like bread dough being poured through a flute. "I'm stretching," you declare, your cheek pressed against the wood. "For agility." The tavern pays you little mind. Someone is arm wrestling a goose. Someone else is debating whether their shoe has a sole. The bard plays a song that seems to be half lullaby, half threat. You are simply one more scene in the ongoing tapestry of a night that lost its dignity sometime after the second round of mushroom mead. You try to remember how legs work. They were important once. Tools of motion, pillars of stability. You vaguely recall knees being a crucial component, but the specifics elude you. You stare down your own limbs, stretched out like discarded puppets, and demand answers. They remain uncooperative. You wiggle a toe. Victory. You bend a leg. It bends the wrong way. You sigh into the floor. The tavern's warmth surrounds you like an overly affectionate dog. You hear boots shuffle by, a conversation about pickles and prophecy, the clink of tankards meeting in toasts you weren't invited to. The floor hums beneath you, alive with all the footsteps you can't currently make. You find yourself oddly comforted. The broom you married earlier is propped nearby, your faithful wooden spouse watching in solemn silence. You reach for her handle with slow reverence, using her as leverage to raise your upper body like a shipwreck survivor breaching the surface. Your hand slips. You end up face down again, slightly rotated, now closer to a puddle of something that smells like boiled carrots and ambition. A child appears beside you, looks down, offers you a raisin. You accept it with the gravity of a sacred offering. You eat it slowly, chewing with ceremony. It does not help. From across the room, a familiar voice calls out your name, but it sounds like it's being shouted through a boot. You raise one hand weakly and wave. The voice does not reply. Perhaps it wasn't meant for you. Perhaps it was just the wind, or a pickle ghost. Eventually, someone takes pity. Two large hands hoist you from the ground like a sack of confused laundry. You dangle for a moment before being deposited upright against a wall. Your legs buckle, wobble, then remember, in some distant corner of their function, what they're supposed to do. They lock into place with the stubborn pride of drunk uncles at a wedding. You are standing. People clap. Not many, but enough to count. You raise a hand in salute. Your elbow forgets how elbows work and sends your arm flailing backward into a candle. A woman catches it mid-flail and gently redirects you toward a bench. She does not speak. Her eyes say enough. They say, "Sit before the earth claims you again." You obey. You sit. You breathe. You sip whatever is handed to you, which tastes like pears and treason. The floor no longer beckons, but it waits, patiently, like an old friend who knows you'll be back. And you will. The goat finds you, or maybe you find it. It's difficult to be sure, given how your vision is swimming slightly and your understanding of personal space has taken the night off. You stumble out behind the tavern in search of air, or answers, or maybe just a bush to argue with, and there it is, tethered lazily beside a stack of firewood, chewing something that looks like it once had dreams. You stop. It stops chewing, eyes fixed on you with a mix of disinterest and suspicion, like a priest who's heard it all before and knows you're about to make it worse. You nod solemnly, which you think conveys mutual respect, but it probably just looks like your neck forgot which way was forward. "Hello," you say, your voice full of intention and syllables. The goat doesn't respond. It doesn't need to. It understands. You take a slow, meandering seat on the log beside it, which requires several negotiations with your knees and one quiet prayer to a saint you just invented. The goat shifts slightly to make room, though you're not sure if it's out of courtesy or wariness. Either way, you are now seated. This feels momentous. You inhale deeply, hoping the fresh night air will sober your thoughts, but all it does is fill your lungs with the scent of hay, wood smoke, and the faint tang of goat. It's not unpleasant, it's grounding. I need to tell someone. You begin, and the goat twitches an ear. That's all the permission you need. You launch into it. You confess that you once stole a pie from a windowsill and blamed it on the wind. That you've never actually understood how taxes work, and you just nod a lot when the collector comes. That you think your neighbor's goose is plotting something, and you've seen it write on parchment with its beak. You admit you're still not over that girl who moved to the next village over, the one with the laugh like spring bells and the elbows too sharp for this world. That sometimes you miss your childhood blanket more than your childhood friends. That there's a part of you that fears you peaked last midsummer when you won the cabbage toss and everyone called you the Leaf King for a day and a half. The goat blinks slowly. It chews. You continue. You tell it about the time you tried to write a poem and it turned into a recipe halfway through, and you baked it anyway. That you once kissed a frog to see if the stories were true, and you're still unsure if it worked because the frog never spoke, but did wink at you ominously before hopping off into the fog. That tonight, you might have danced with a chair and proposed to a broom and invented a beverage that may now be banned by local law, and somehow, despite all of this, you feel more like yourself than you have in weeks. The goat sneezes. You take it as a sign of empathy. There's a pause, the kind that stretches, not awkwardly, but comfortably, like silence between two people who know they've said enough. You look at the goat. The goat looks back. You feel seen. You feel oddly validated. I don't know what I'm doing, you whisper. Not to the goat specifically, but to the stars or the grass or whatever invisible council watches fools at midnight. But I'm doing my best. The goat nudges your shoulder gently, like it's reminding you that best is a moving target, and hitting anywhere near it is still impressive. You lean your head against its side. It doesn't move away. The wood crackles in the nearby pile. Somewhere inside the tavern, someone sings a half-remembered ballad about a fish in a wheelbarrow. You hear laughter, the kind that tumbles and rolls, catching everyone in its wake. But out here, in the quiet, beside your hooved confidant, things feel still. You close your eyes for a moment, just a moment, and let the chill air wash over your flushed face. You feel the rise and fall of the goat's breathing. You don't feel judged. You don't even feel ridiculous. You just feel heard. You leave the tavern with conviction, your feet full of purpose, and your mind full of soup. Not actual soup, metaphorical soup, the kind made of half-memories, toast crumbs, and the lingering hum of whatever was in that last mug someone swore was just cordial. The night greets you like an old friend, with cold hands and questionable intentions. You pull your cloak tight, which takes a few tries because the clasp has turned into a philosophical puzzle, and you set out toward what you are certain is home. You take the lane past the well, the one with the mossy stone you once mistook for a goblin. It isn't there. Neither is the well. You chalk this up to memory's natural wobble and keep going. The moon is high, and the stars are doing their glittery best, but none of them are helpful. You squint at the sky like it owes you directions. A fence appears where no fence has ever been. You nod at it politely and climb over, then fall directly into a bush that seems both surprised and offended. You apologize to the bush, which you briefly think is your Aunt Hilda. It smells nicer than she does. You stay there for a moment, nestled in twigs and indecision, before hauling yourself up like a sailor recovering from a duel with a mop. You walk. A field greets you, wide and suspicious. You cross it with the caution of a deer on stilts. Something rustles in the grass. You freeze. A rabbit bolts. You feel personally betrayed. You follow a winding path that feels familiar in the way dreams feel familiar right before they turn into parades of fish. The trees here are taller than usual, or you're shorter, or perhaps both. You think you see a cottage, then realize it's a stack of hay bales arranged in passive-aggressive protest against geometry. You wave anyway. The hay waves back. Probably. A soft oink cuts through the quiet. You pause. The pigs are watching you. 3 of them, maybe 4. It's hard to tell when they blur together in a pinkish mass of judgment. Their eyes are wide, their snouts twitching, as if you've interrupted something sacred. You nod in greeting, unsure of etiquette in such a moment. One pig trots forward with the authority of a landlord and sniffs your boot. "This isn't home," you say aloud, and the words hang in the air like fog made of shame and ale vapor. You take stock of your surroundings. The cottage is squat and unfamiliar, its roof slanted like it's leaning away from you in concern. A small lantern glows beside the door. The pigs have resumed whatever it was they were doing, possibly contemplating the void, possibly just being pigs. You realize you have no idea whose land this is. You also realize you're standing in their cabbage patch. You step out of it with exaggerated stealth, as though it will erase the footprints and the cabbage casualties. You consider turning around. Then you realize you don't remember which direction you came from. You spin slowly, hoping for a landmark, a familiar tree, a rock shaped like disappointment. Nothing obliges. The world is a vague watercolor of moonlight and confusion. You attempt to retrace your steps and immediately walk into a chicken. It squawks. You apologize. It glares and struts off like you've insulted its lineage. You sigh, long and dramatic, like a bard reaching the end of a tragic verse. A door opens. A figure peers out, holding a candle and a crossbow with equal weariness. An elderly woman with hair like dandelion fluff squints at you through the night. "You lost?" she asks, voice wrapped in wool and suspicion. You consider lying, but your face is doing something deeply untrustworthy, and your balance is auditioning for a new job called Sideways. "Yes," you say, but politely. She eyes you for a moment longer, then gestures with the candle. You want the village with the crooked bell tower. You're 2 hills and a bad decision off course. You thank her with all the solemnity of a knight receiving a quest. She doesn't smile, but she doesn't shoot you either, which in this context feels deeply affectionate. You turn, wobble, and begin the long, crooked journey homeward. The pigs watch you go. One snorts softly. You're not sure, but it sounds like applause. The barrel finds you. You don't remember making the decision to sleep in it exactly. It's not like you weighed your options. Bed, bench, ditch, highly aggressive pile of straw, and thought, yes, containment is key. But here you are, knees tucked, arms folded, spine shaped like a question mark that forgot how questions work. Inside a barrel, a very accommodating barrel to be fair, though one that smells like the ghost of pickled onions and damp wood. You tell yourself it's not sleeping, it's strategic camping. You say this out loud, twice, the second time with a tone of mild authority. The barrel doesn't respond, but the echo is encouraging, warm, supportive. You feel validated. It's not a bad barrel, really. Dry on the inside, mostly, circular, which is excellent for rolling, if that becomes necessary. You imagine a scenario in which this becomes your war chariot, thundering down the village hill like a log with ambition. You grin at the thought, then frown, then hiccup, which feels like a sneeze having second thoughts. The night air is cool, and the stars blink above like they're tired of watching humans do this to themselves. A breeze whispers through the alley, carrying with it the faint scent of roasted chestnuts and bad decisions. Somewhere in the distance, a lute plays a tune that could either be a lullaby or a funeral march. Context is difficult from within a barrel. You shift slightly and discover the one very wrong angle in this entire arrangement. Your hip locks into place like a rusty hinge. You groan dramatically, which causes a small dog nearby to bark once, disapprovingly, and then disappear into the fog like some sort of judgmental spirit. Still, you cling to the idea that this is a choice. You are not hiding. You are not lost. You are adventuring. You are embracing minimalism. You are one with the wood. You hum a song you made up earlier about a fish who wanted to be mayor. It doesn't help. Your voice bounces off the barrel walls and returns to you flatter, somehow more honest. You suddenly understand the concept of inner truth, and you don't like it one bit. A shadow passes by the alley entrance. You freeze. It's tall, robed, and walking like it's thinking deeply about nothing and everything. A monk. You know this type. Holy, calm, possibly confused about their role in the universe, but committed to wearing brown. He pauses, noticing the barrel. You consider pretending to be part of it, like a hermit crab or a confused acorn. Instead, you slowly raise one hand, palm out, like a tiny, drunk oracle. He steps closer. You clear your throat and speak with what you believe to be mystic gravitas. I have chosen this vessel for acoustics. The monk looks at you. Then he looks at the barrel, then back at you. There is a silence that lasts longer than it should, during which you think about every life choice you've made since sunrise and how many of them involved fermented vegetables. Then, with a solemn nod, the monk raises his hand. He blesses you. No words. Just a soft murmur and a swirl of fingers in the air, as if he's swatting a fly politely but spiritually. Then he walks on, vanishing into the mist like a very gentle wizard with somewhere better to be. You sit there, blinking, unsure if that counted as a win or an omen. Eventually, sleep begins to tiptoe in. It arrives quietly, settling around your shoulders like a slightly itchy blanket. The barrel groans a little as you shift again, this time managing to find a position that doesn't scream betrayal. You exhale, long and theatrical, like a merchant dramatically discovering he's out of honey. The alley is quiet now, peaceful, even. Your breathing slows. Your thoughts, once spinning like a cartwheel on fire, begin to drift. You dream. It's mostly goats, and one very large spoon. You don't question it. You're too busy being one with the barrel. The morning sun slaps your face with all the subtlety of a drunken mason. Your eyelids stage a small protest against existence, and your mouth tastes like betrayal soaked in old mead and decisions made with optimism and zero foresight. You open one eye, then the other, then both again, just to be sure the world is as confusing as it feels. It is. The alley is unfamiliar. The barrel, now your former place of spiritual retreat, lies beside you on its side, like a passed-out companion who made worse choices than you did. Your legs are stiff, your back is angry, and your head is conducting a small, aggressive festival just above your eyebrows. The kind with drums and possibly goats. You shift, and something falls off your shoulder, something soft, something crusty. Bread. There is bread in your hair, a modest hunk of it, not fresh but not entirely inedible. Roughly torn, oddly warm, and nestled against your scalp like a weary traveler who curled up for a nap and forgot to leave. You stare at it. The bread stares back, if bread can be said to stare. You feel a moment of connection, not affection, and more of a baffled truce. You do not ask questions, not because you aren't curious, but because you know, deep in your soul, that the answers will only cause more confusion. The universe has placed bread in your hair, and you choose, with what little dignity remains, to accept it. So you eat it. It is chewy. It is slightly smoky. It may have been someone's dinner roll or, more worryingly, someone's pet roll. But it goes down easily, and your stomach offers a cautious nod of approval. Sustenance, survival, breakfast by fate. You sit up slowly, bones popping like a poorly tuned lute, and take stock of your surroundings. A cat watches you from atop a stack of crates, its expression a blend of superiority and disappointment. You nod at it, acknowledging both your presence and your shame. The cat yawns and looks away. You check your pockets. One is filled with straw. The other contains what may once have been a lemon, now transformed into a small science experiment. You have no memory of acquiring either. This concerns you less than it should. A cart rattles by at the end of the alley, driven by a man singing something about eels and destiny. You wave without thinking. He nods solemnly, as if you've shared something meaningful. Perhaps you have. Perhaps he too has once awoken with unexplained bread. The village is beginning to stir. A baker's door creaks open. Smoke rises lazily from chimneys. Somewhere, a rooster delivers a late, half-hearted crow, like it's been out drinking too. You stand, wobble, and straighten your tunic, which smells of wood and decisions made next to barrels. You consider going home. Then remember you don't actually know where you are. You look around for landmarks, a crooked sign, a familiar goat, a particularly judgmental window shutter, anything to tell you whether you're even in your own village or have crossed into one of those places where people pronounce ale like a threat. There is a well nearby, and beside it, a child with a stick, doing battle with an invisible dragon. You ask him the name of the village. He squints at you. Depends. Who's askin'? You pause. Consider your options. Then say, a traveler, on a bread-seeking quest. He nods like that makes perfect sense. You're in Wickleford. You're not supposed to sleep in alleys here. They throw turnips at you. You thank him. He resumes fighting his dragon. You decide, with the vague confidence of someone who's recently eaten mystery bread, that it's time to find your way home, or at least toward wherever the noise is loudest and the taverns serve drinks that don't lead to agricultural hairstyles. Your feet find the path. Your stomach hums. Your head throbs gently, but no longer in rebellion, more like it's trying to remember the lyrics to a song it heard last night. Something about fish and maybe marriage. You're not sure. You pass a flower cart, a woman selling pickled things, a man attempting to sell shoes made of bark. All of them look at you like they're trying to decide whether you're charming or contagious. You walk on. You are, once again, a creature of motion. And if fate decides to place more baked goods upon your person along the way, you will meet them with open arms and, if necessary, teeth. The declaration comes sometime after midday, when the sun is high and your skull feels like it has been used to store iron nails. You sit hunched at a table outside the tavern, cradling a cup of water like it's a holy relic, and you make your grand announcement. I am done. Finished. Never again. The words tumble from your mouth with the weight of divine prophecy, though your tongue still feels too big and your lips are sluggish from dehydration. The villagers nod with grave expressions, their eyes shining with the kind of sympathy reserved for doomed men marching toward the gallows. A passing farmer pats your shoulder. Of course you are, he says with the gentleness of someone who has. I heard this sermon before. The baker's wife offers a little smile, one that contains more amusement than faith. Even the tavern dog lets out a knowing whine, like he's heard this vow 100 times and expects to hear it again by nightfall. You squint at them all with righteous indignation. You mean it this time. You are certain. Your stomach is still staging protests, and your tongue tastes faintly of pickled despair. There is no universe in which you willingly endure this again. The words feel good to say, almost holy in their own way. You speak them loudly, with conviction, so they echo across the street and into the baker's doorway. No more ale, no more mead, no more. Whatever that green thing was, I am a new person. From this day forward, I walk the straight path. You raise your water like a knight swearing fealty. Someone across the square raises their beer in reply, and you glare at them for tempting your brand new sainthood. The crowd disperses slowly, leaving you alone with your promise. You sip your water and feel clarity returning in cautious increments, as if afraid of what it might find in your brain. The sunlight is cruel but honest, highlighting every cobblestone, every rooster strut, every child screaming about a stick that is apparently a sword. You try to sit straighter, embodying your new sober self, but the effort makes your ribs feel like they're wrapped in bells. You think about all the things you'll do with this clarity. You'll rise early, you'll tend to your chores, you'll write poetry, or at least a shopping list that doesn't end in pickle, second pickle, emergency pickle. You'll speak wisely, act prudently, and avoid goats entirely. You are practically glowing with future virtue. Then someone walks out of the tavern carrying a tray of mugs, golden liquid foaming, sunlight catching it in a way that looks, objectively, like paradise poured into clay. You stare at it too long. The man carrying it winks at you, as though he knows your entire speech was just a piece of theater, a lullaby for your own pounding head. You clutch your cup tighter and look away, muttering, "Water is better," under your breath, like a charm against evil. The day stretches. You take small steps toward normalcy. A bowl of porridge, which tastes like ashes but stays down. A nap in the shade of the miller's cart, where dreams of rivers and barrels chase you with unnecessary detail. By evening, the throb behind your eyes has softened into a dull drumbeat, and your body feels less like it's made of mismatched parts. You start to believe you've turned a corner. As dusk settles, you wander back through the square. The tavern door is open, laughter spilling out like smoke. Music tumbles after it, warm and ragged, the kind of tune that makes your shoulders twitch with half-remembered rhythm. You slow your step, telling yourself you're just passing by. Just curious, just admiring the way lamplight falls across the wooden beams. You do not intend to go inside. But the smell of roasted meat drifts through the doorway, mixed with the sweet tang of cider. Someone is singing a song about a knight and a very small donkey. A familiar voice calls out your name. You hesitate, feet glued to the cobblestones, torn between your noble vow and the sound of joy inside. You take a long, deliberate sip of your water. It is warm now, flat, unconvincing. You tell yourself again, firmly, never again. The words echo, but this time they feel softer, less certain, more like a prayer, said with fingers crossed. The tavern dog wanders past you, tongue lolling, and glances back as if to say, "See you inside." You don't follow, not tonight, but you know, and everyone else knows. Forever has a short memory. The morning after always brings stories, but this morning they arrive like arrows from every direction. You can't walk 3 steps through the square without someone stopping you, smirking, leaning in, conspiratorially to share a detail of your night you're certain didn't happen. At first, it's almost flattering. You're a local legend now, the subject of tavern gossip and goat-side whispers. Then the details begin to accumulate, and the picture painted is less heroic bard and more drunken acrobat with questionable morals. The blacksmith greets you with a booming laugh and asks if you've returned the loot yet. You blink at him. You have no loot. You've never owned a lute. You don't even know how many strings one has. But apparently last night you not only played one, you played it while standing atop a butter churn, singing a ballad about turnips in love. You deny it immediately, but he only shakes his head with the knowing smile of a man who's seen too many such denials. At the bakery, the miller's apprentice winks at you and says you made quite the impression when you tried to duel the broom you'd married earlier in the evening. You remember the broom, vaguely, fondly, but dueling it, the image makes your stomach twist. Did I win? You ask without meaning to, and she laughs so hard she nearly drops a tray of rolls. By midday, the tales grow more outrageous. A farmer insists you gave a speech from atop the tavern roof, declaring yourself Duke of all beverages and demanding fealty from passing ducks. Someone else claims you invented a new dance involving only your elbows, which 3 men are still attempting to replicate behind the granary. You're told you tried to sell half a turnip as currency, promised to build a castle out of cheese, and announced your candidacy for mayor before passing out in a barrel you called the Round Palace. You deny most of it, firmly, passionately. You insist there was no butter churn, no loot, no ducks swearing fealty. Each denial is met with laughter and the sort of nods that mean people will tell the story even louder now, convinced your protests are part of the comedy. The more you argue, the deeper the legends root themselves into the soil of the village. At one point, a small child approaches you with wide eyes and asks if it's true you turned invisible for a moment and reappeared holding a pie. You crouch down, look them dead in the eye, and say, "Absolutely not." The child beams and runs off to tell their friends it's definitely true. The worst part is the hazy gaps in your memory. You remember fragments, the warmth of the fire, the sound of cheering, the faint scrape of strings that could have been a lute or a chair. You remember climbing something, maybe a table, maybe the tavern roof. You remember shouting. You remember applause. It's not enough to confirm anything, but it's too much to deny everything with confidence. Your mind fills in the blanks with alarming creativity, and suddenly you're not sure if you really did attempt to knight a pig using a ladle. By evening, you're exhausted from defending your innocence. Every person you pass greets you with either a grin or a knowing wink, as if you are now a permanent character in their favorite play. You hear the phrase, "remember when you," so often you start to twitch. You retreat to a bench near the well, head in your hands, muttering, I didn't, I didn't." Like an incantation, an old woman sits beside you. She smells faintly of onions and wisdom. She pats your arm gently. "Doesn't matter if you did," she says. "They'll tell it anyway. And if they tell it enough, it might as well be true." You look at her, startled. "But the butter churn." She smiles. "Yes, the butter churn." Then she stands, shuffling off with the slow steps of someone who's seen entire lives turned into stories. You sit there a while longer, listening to the laughter spilling from the tavern as the sun sets. You want to be angry, but a small part of you, buried beneath your denials and your headache, feels a strange warmth. Stories last longer than memory. And now, whether you like it or not, you're the main character of one. Still, you never touch that butter churn. Probably. It sits on the ground like it has been waiting for you, half buried in straw near the tavern's back door. At first you think it's just another root, cast aside after a stew or lost in a drunken barter. But then you see the face, two little eyes, uneven but earnest, and a mouth carved into a crooked grin. A turnip, smiling at you. You stop. For a long moment, the world holds its breath. The pigeons on the roof stop cooing, or maybe you just stop hearing them. You crouch down slowly, as if approaching royalty or an unexploded barrel of gunpowder, and you study it. The knife marks are clumsy but deliberate. Someone cared enough to give this vegetable expression. Someone wanted it to be more than food, and now it is looking at you with a grin that says, "I know something you don't." You pick it up. It's heavier than you expect, still cold from the night air. You turn it in your hands, inspecting the crude artistry, and something inside you stirs. Wonder? Affection? Or maybe just the faint stirring of last night's mead reminding you that reality has been optional lately. You whisper, "Who sent you?" The turnip does not answer, but the grin remains, wide and knowing, as if it is keeping secrets it will never share. You wonder if it's a message, perhaps from a secret admirer who speaks not in letters or poems but in root vegetables with personalities. Or maybe it's a prank, left by one of the lads at the tavern who knew you'd be the type to take it seriously. It could even be a warning, though if so, it's a confusing one. What does a smiling turnip warn of? That stew is coming? That love is near? That you've officially lost your mind? You wonder if it's love. The thought warms you, ridiculous as it is, to be chosen by a turnip. By whoever carved it, yes, but in this moment, it feels like the turnip itself has chosen you. Plenty of roots in the field, but this one found its way into your hand, into your story. You cradle it carefully, as if it's fragile, though you know turnips are stubborn creatures that could probably survive a war. You stand, brushing straw from your knees, and tuck the smiling turnip under your arm. You keep it. Of course you do. How could you not? Abandoning it now would feel like betrayal. You imagine it frowning, left alone again, and the thought is unbearable. So you carry it through the village. People stare, but not for long. They've seen you in worse states. A drunk with a turnip is hardly news. You even catch a few approving nods, as though you're participating in some ritual they've chosen not to explain. The butcher greets you with a grin, almost identical to the turnips, which unsettles you. The cobbler winks, and you can't tell if he knows or if he's just winking at everyone as part of his personal brand. At the market square, a child points at the turnip and giggles. You clutch it tighter, protective. You don't want anyone thinking it's for trade. This is yours now. You've been entrusted. You sit on a bench and place the turnip beside you, angled so it faces the fountain. It looks delighted, its little grin catching the sunlight like it was meant for this moment. You feel oddly proud. People toss coins into the fountain for wishes, and you find yourself tempted to toss the turnip in too, but you stop. It isn't a wish, it's the answer. As the afternoon drifts on, you talk to it quietly. You tell it about your headache, about the goat that listened better than most people, about the time you woke with bread in your hair. The turnip, as always, does not reply, but its grin never falters. You take that as understanding. When evening falls, you bring it home. You place it on the table, centered carefully, as though it's a guest of honor. You light a candle beside it, and the flame flickers across its carved face, casting shadows that make the grin look almost alive. You feel less alone. For the first time in days, maybe weeks, you sleep without interruption, knowing the turnip is watching over you. And in the dark, as the candle dies, its smile seems to grow just a little wider. The notice comes not by parchment or proclamation, but by the tavern door itself, which refuses to open for you. You shove once, twice, 3 times, but the wood does not budge. It stands firm, a stubborn sentinel against your advances. Then a voice floats from inside, muffled but clear enough. Not tonight. You're banned. You blink at the door as if it has personally betrayed you. Banned? You whisper, offended on a level that feels historical. You knock politely. The latch rattles but doesn't yield. Until tomorrow, the tavern keeper clarifies. Her tone is flat, as though she's said this before to others, as though there is a list of faces she rotates through in alphabetical order. You press your ear to the wood. Laughter hums from within, mugs clinking, the world moving merrily without you. Your heart aches. You are not merely thirsty, you are excluded, cast adrift. A boat without a harbor, a sheep without a pen, a fool without a stage. You mutter a heartfelt apology to the door, promising reform, promising dignity, promising to keep your trousers on at all times, though you're not entirely sure which incident she's punishing you for. The door does not forgive. You slink away, shoulders hunched, stomach hollow. The street feels too quiet, the stars too sharp. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks, as if to remind you of your exile. You pace for a while, considering your options. You could sneak in through the back, but you've already tested fate enough this week. You could beg, but your pride, though dented, still stands taller than your desperation. So you do the only thing that makes sense in the moment. You gather flowers. You don't start with that plan. Exactly. You start by wandering aimlessly, kicking stones, muttering to yourself about injustice and betrayal. Then you spot them, blooming stubbornly along the churchyard wall. White blossoms, a little ragged, bending in the wind, like they've overheard your complaints and wish to console you. You pluck one, then another, then a handful. The bunch grows in your fist until you're holding what could charitably be called a bouquet and less charitably be called plant theft. You do not think too hard about where some of them came from. It's possible 1 or 2 leaned suspiciously close to headstones. It's possible you whispered apologies as you picked them, promising eternal respect in exchange for temporary forgiveness. The night is quiet enough to make it feel like a bargain struck. By the time you return to the tavern, you are armed with beauty. You stand outside the door again, holding the bouquet like a knight presenting a relic. You knock once more, softer this time, reverent. The tavern keeper opens the door just enough to glare at you. Her eyes are tired but sharp, the kind that can skin excuses before you even speak them. You thrust the flowers forward with both hands, almost dropping them in your enthusiasm. For you, you say, voice cracking in 3 places, as proof of my sincerity and my botany. She stares, first at you, then at the flowers, then back at you, narrowing her gaze as though calculating whether this gesture cancels out last night's broom duel, or the incident with the pickled carrots, or the time you attempted to play spoons using actual spoons stolen from her kitchen. Where'd you get them? She asks at last. You freeze. You think of honesty. You think of graves. You think of how poorly that would sound, even framed as an act of devotion. You clear your throat. From the earth. Her eyebrow arches like a drawbridge ready to drop boiling oil. You add quickly, with love, only with love. A pause stretches long enough to make you sweat. Then she sighs, takes the bouquet, and shuts the door again without a word. You stand in the street, baffled, uncertain if you've succeeded or failed. But after a moment, you hear it. Laughter again, softer this time, mingled with voices saying your name. Not with scorn, not with mockery, with amusement, with something almost forgiving. You're still banned. The door remains closed. The ale remains unreachable. But tomorrow is not far away. And the flowers, for now, are working on your behalf. Morning does not so much arrive as it barges in, dragging light through the cracks of your shutters and throwing it directly at your face. You groan, shift, and try to bury yourself under the remains of a blanket that smells faintly of hay and yesterday's ambition. The pounding in your head is steady, like a craftsman tapping nails into a coffin, and unfortunately, you're fairly certain it's your coffin. As the fog of sleep lifts, memories crawl back. Not clear ones, not tidy recollections that behave themselves, but jagged scraps of sound and color and emotion, laughter, applause, something about pickles, and then it hits. The broom. Your chest tightens. You remember the moment with alarming clarity. Your knees on the tavern floor, your hand on the handle, your voice trembling as you declared eternal devotion to an object designed to sweep dirt. The warmth of the crowd, the solemn nods, the absurdity of it all, yes, but also the sincerity. You meant it, in that drunken, glowing way where words feel heavier than stone. You sit up slowly, clutching your head with both hands, and whisper, "Oh no." The room is still. The broom should be leaning against the wall, its bristles quietly radiating judgment, but when your bleary eyes scan the space, it isn't there. You blink hard, as if the act of blinking will summon it back into existence. The corner remains empty. You feel ghosted. Your bride, your wooden confidant, has vanished. No note, no farewell, not even a single bristle left behind as a token. You half expect to find crumbs of straw on the floor like breadcrumbs leading to its new life. But nothing. Only silence. You tell yourself it was just a joke. A farce fueled by ale and the encouragement of people who cheer for accidents. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. You married a broom. And yet, somewhere deep in your chest, beneath the throbbing headache and the dry ache of thirst, you feel something softer. A little hope. Because the thing is, for those brief moments, the broom had been yours. It stood there, steady, patient, letting you pour your drunken devotion into its unyielding handle. It didn't laugh. It didn't run. It didn't even interrupt. And in the haze of memory, you could swear it leaned toward you slightly, as if listening. You stagger to your feet and search. The tavern common room is empty now, chairs overturned, tankards abandoned, and last night's chaos lingering in puddles and stains. The hearth is dark, and the smell of smoke clings to everything like a warning. You look in corners, Behind the bar, near the door, no broom. You step outside, blinking against the light. The street is alive again, merchants unpacking wares, a woman shouting about cabbages, children racing with sticks, pretending to be swords. You ask one of them, desperate, if they've seen a broom. They laugh and shout, "Which one?" They all look the same, and run off before you can explain that no, this one is different, special, yours. You shuffle toward the well, muttering to yourself, half convinced you'll see it standing there, waiting, smiling in some broom-like way. But the well is empty, except for water and your reflection, which doesn't help at all. The ache in your chest grows, not just embarrassment, not just the humiliation of having shouted vows to a cleaning tool in public. It feels heavier, stranger, like loss, like longing. You return to the tavern steps, sink down, and rest your elbows on, at your knees. The broom is gone. Maybe someone took it to sweep. Maybe the innkeeper, fed up with your antics, quietly removed it. Or maybe, and the thought both comforts and hurts, it left on its own. You imagine it walking out in the dawn, bristles whispering against the cobblestones, setting out for a destiny bigger than being propped in a corner or wed to a drunkard. You picture it traveling to some far-off town, sweeping stages clean for better performers, cleaning up after heroes who make promises they can keep. And still, despite the sting, you feel a small flicker of hope, because if it left, it means it had a choice, which means, in some impossible way, it was alive enough to choose. You smile faintly through the headache, through the shame. It ghosted you, but maybe one day, you'll meet again. It begins with a whisper, the kind passed between villagers, as though carrying contraband made of words. You catch it on the wind outside the mill, half dreaming of bread you can't afford and naps you haven't earned. A man in a hood leans close, breath smelling faintly of onions and conspiracy, and says, "There's a gathering tonight, a secret mead party." Then he vanishes into the crowd like he was never there at all, except you can still smell the onions. You don't question it. Not really. Questioning requires a sober mind, and yours is still marinating in the brine of yesterday's decisions. Besides, secret mead party is one of those phrases that bypasses reason entirely and plugs itself directly into the part of your brain labeled yes. Obviously, the directions are vague. Pass the stream, left at the crooked tree, then knock 3 times on the shed. It could be a trap, it could be a prank, it could be both. You follow anyway, stumbling through the twilight as the air cools and the crickets tune up for their nightly concert. The crooked tree greets you like an old drunk uncle, bent and suspicious, and beyond it sits the shed. It is, undeniably, a shed, a squat, wooden structure with gaps in the walls and a roof that looks like it owes the rain money. You hesitate, wondering if you've been lured into a cult or a compost heap. Then you hear it. Low laughter, the clink of mugs, the faint hum of a song sung badly. You knock 3 times, the door creaks open, and someone pulls you inside with the urgency of a thief and the enthusiasm of a child with a secret fort. The shed smells of wood and hay and sweet fermentation. It glows not with candles, but with fireflies, dozens of them drifting lazily in jars and bowls, casting golden light across the rough-hewn walls. The sight stops you cold. It's ridiculous. It's beautiful. Magical in the way only things held together by desperation and bad planning can be. You laugh once, loudly, and the people inside cheer as though you've passed an initiation. There are maybe 7 of them, crowded around a table that looks like it used to be a door. They raise mugs to you. One hands you a drink immediately, as if mead itself is the membership fee. You take it without hesitation. The first sip is sweet, cloying, but also oddly comforting, like honey that decided to grow up and make bad choices. You sit. The bench wobbles dangerously, but no one seems concerned. A man with a beard that looks alive begins telling a story about how the shed is enchanted, how fairies once used it as their ballroom. A woman interrupts, swearing it's actually cursed, that a cow once walked in and never walked out. Someone else adds that the cow might still be here, invisible, listening. You nod solemnly, as though any of this makes sense, and drink more mead. The fireflies drift closer, their light reflecting in the mugs until it feels like you're drinking starlight. Someone sings, badly, but with conviction. You join in, not knowing the words, inventing your own about goats and destiny. The others don't mind. They roar with laughter, slap the table, spill their drinks, and for a moment you are certain this is the best place in the world. It is stupid. You are crammed in a shed, sweating against strangers, drinking mead that tastes like it was brewed in a boot. The roof leaks in one corner, and the floor creaks ominously every time someone shifts. But it's also perfect. The kind of perfect you don't question, the kind that sneaks up on you in odd places, like in the glow of bugs or the warmth of strangers who might become friends if the night lasts long enough. You raise your mug high, nearly knocking it into a jar of fireflies, and declare, "To the shed." Everyone echoes it, voices clashing into a chorus that shakes the crooked walls. For a heartbeat, you believe the stories, that fairies danced here, that invisible cows roam, that some kind of magic lingers in this silly little space. And maybe it does, because when you look around at the faces glowing in golden light, laughing too hard, singing too poorly, drinking too much, it feels like magic anyway. The shed hums with it. The fireflies glow brighter. Even the floor seems to hold steady, as though agreeing to keep the night alive just a little longer. You drink, you laugh, you sing until your throat aches, and when you finally stumble back out into the cool air, you look over your shoulder at the shed. It looks ordinary again, just wood, just nails, just shadows. But you know better. It was everything. It starts with boredom and too much confidence, which are cousins that often visit together. The mead is flowing, the songs are looping, and you are restless in the way only a half-drunk villager can be, convinced that fun is yours to command. So you declare, loudly enough to silence a fiddler mid-note, that you will invent a new game. A game of chance, a game of daring, a game called Guess That Liquid. The table leans in, as if you've just announced free gold. You bang your mug for emphasis, sloshing honey-colored mead onto your sleeve, and explain the rules with great authority. Someone finds a vessel of liquid, any vessel, from anywhere in the tavern or beyond. The chosen fool. Currently you, because you've already volunteered with a dramatic bow, must drink a sip and declare what it is: mead, ale, soup, mystery rainwater. Glory awaits the correct guess, shame and sputtering for the wrong. The others cheer like you've given them a festival. Immediately, mugs are emptied, buckets are fetched, ladles repurposed. The tavern keeper, against her better judgment, allows it, muttering that she'll wash her hands of the outcome. Round one is easy. A chipped clay cup is placed before you. You sniff, taste, announce confidently, ale. You are correct, and the room applauds. You bow deeply, already drunk on praise as much as drink. Round two arrives in a wooden ladle. You sip cautiously, tongue curling at the bitterness. Stale cider, you guess. Again, correct, and again, cheers. You're flying high, the undefeated champion of your own invention, the hero of taste buds. Round three, however, is suspicious. It arrives in a cracked bowl, lukewarm, smelling faintly of despair. You sip, your entire mouth protests. You gag, cough, wipe your tongue on your sleeve. What in the name of St. Dunstan's boots is that? You wheeze. The room roars with laughter. A boy shouts, "Boiled sock water," and slaps the table until his mug topples. You glare around. Surely not. Surely no one has actually boiled a sock. But then again, the taste lingers. Wool, sweat, hints of ash. You swallow hard and mutter, "Sock." The room erupts into applause. The laughter is cruel but joyful, and you are both victim and entertainer. From there, the game spirals. Someone brings you a goblet filled with what turns out to be pickling brine, sharp enough to make your eyes water. Another offers a pewter cup of fish broth, oily and pungent, which clings to your lips long after you've swallowed. You guess each one, sometimes correctly, sometimes with wild confidence, always to the delight of your audience. At one point, you're handed a tankard, and too exhausted to sniff, you declare, "Ale," before sipping. It is not ale, it is milk, warm milk. The betrayal hits harder than any sock water, and the crowd nearly collapses with glee. You slam the tankard down, milk dribbling from your chin, and shout, "Who drinks milk at night?" But your indignation only fuels their laughter. By now, you've lost, badly. Your dignity lies somewhere between the brine and the sock. Your stomach churns, a battlefield of incompatible liquids staging their own rebellion. And yet you press on, because you can't abandon your own game. Heroes don't quit halfway. Even if the next round smells faintly of cabbage left too long in the sun, the final blow comes in a small clay pot, offered by a man who grins too widely. You sip. Immediately, you know you've made a mistake. The taste is indescribable. Dirt, vinegar, and something that might once have been carrot, but chose a darker path. You gag, clutch the table, and whisper, "Evil. This liquid is evil." The crowd howls. Someone shouts, "It's ditch water." And you realize with horror that they're right. The game ends there, mercifully, because you're clutching your middle like it's been stabbed. Your companions crown you both champion and fool, the only player, the only loser, the legend of Guess That Liquid. You slump in your chair, sweaty and pale, but a strange pride flickers beneath the nausea, because yes, you lost, badly. But you invented something unforgettable. It begins, as most disasters do, with optimism. You have tasted enough drinks in your life to believe you understand them. Mead, ale, cider, you've swallowed them all in quantities both heroic and regrettable. How difficult could brewing be? You need only water, grain, some heat, a barrel, and the kind of faith usually reserved for saints. Besides, you're certain your palate has become refined after last night's experiments. If anyone can improve on the local brew, surely it's you. You commandeer a corner of the tavern's back shed, ignoring the tavern keeper's muttered warnings. She waves you off with the same tone she uses for stray dogs and traveling minstrels. Fine, but don't burn it down. You take this as blessing. You gather ingredients like a scholar preparing for alchemy. Barley from the miller, yeast from a man who may or may not be trustworthy, water from the well, hauled proudly as though you've discovered a new spring. You mix them all together in a barrel with great ceremony. You stir with a wooden spoon the size of your arm, humming songs about destiny and flavor. People wander by, curious, and you announce you are crafting the finest brew this side of Christendom. They nod politely. One whispers, "We'll see." At first, it seems to go well. The mixture bubbles pleasantly, froths just enough to suggest life, and warms under your careful watch. You sit beside it, grinning, already imagining mugs raised in your honor, peasants telling tales of your genius, nobles begging for the recipe. Then, the bubbling grows louder, the froth rises higher, the smell changes from yeasty promise to something sharper, darker, like bread deciding to commit treason. You frown, stir harder, whisper encouragements, but the barrel begins to tremble as if possessed. Someone nearby mutters a prayer. Another crosses themselves. And then it happens. With a sound like a cannon disguised as a belch, the barrel explodes. Froth and liquid spray across the shed, coating walls, ceiling, floor, and witnesses. You are knocked backward, sticky and gasping, as the brew spreads in a foamy tide. The tavern keeper bursts in, takes one look, and announces she is calling the priest. Within the hour, Father Aldwin arrives, clutching his holy book and muttering about demons. He circles the barrel's remains, frowning at the puddle that still hisses ominously, releasing bubbles that smell faintly of onions and despair. "This is not of God," he says solemnly, sprinkling holy water that only makes the foam fizz louder. Someone swears the puddle growled. Another insists they saw a face in the bubbles. The priest chants louder, waving his cross like he's swatting flies. You watch, equal parts horrified and proud. Yes, it's a disaster, but it's your disaster. Ordinary ale never needed an exorcism. Ordinary mead never made grown men flee with their noses pinched. Surely this is achievement. The priest finishes with a final splash and declares the area cleansed, though his voice shakes. He warns the tavern keeper to bury the remains far from town, preferably at a crossroads. You nod gravely, but in your heart, you know the truth. This creation cannot be destroyed. It must be remembered. So you name it. Ale of Doom, you announce, raising your sticky hand like a prophet. The crowd murmurs, unsure if they should cheer or run. You insist the title suits it perfectly. Strong, memorable, terrifying. One day you declare, bards will sing of the night you brewed a drink that required holy intervention. The tavern keeper groans and begins scrubbing her walls. The priest leaves, muttering about sin. Your friends laugh until they cough. And you, covered in froth and smelling like fermented nightmares, feel strangely victorious. Not every brewer makes ale. Some make legends. It begins with confidence, the kind that only grows in the bottom of a mug. You rise from your seat at the tavern table, sloshing mead across your boots, and announce to anyone within earshot that you are the finest toast maker in all the land. Not bread toast, of course, though you're fairly certain you could manage that too if given fire and patience, but the kind of toast that makes men weep, women swoon, and ale taste twice as strong. The room hums with curiosity. A crowd forms. The blacksmith folds his arms, the miller leans on the bar, and the innkeeper sighs in the way of one who already knows this will end poorly but allows it anyway. You declare there shall be a toast-off, an evening contest of words and wit, judged by cheers, jeers, and whatever drunkards think passes for wisdom. Your first toast is simple but heartfelt, to the mugs that never empty, to the nights that never end. The crowd applauds. A second toast follows, to friendship, to laughter, to trousers that stay up even when dignity does not. Louder applause this time, with a few cackles. You bow theatrically, glowing with the warm pride of a performer who has found his stage. Then comes the goose. No one is quite sure how it got there. One moment, the tavern door is swinging. The next, a large white goose is strutting between benches as if it owns the place. Its beady eyes settle on you. Its wings twitch. The crowd parts instinctively, because even the drunkest man knows better than to block a goose's path. You raise your mug in acknowledgement. Welcome, feathered friend. Have you come to drink or to listen? The goose hisses. The sound cuts sharper than steel, and the crowd howls with laughter. Someone shouts, "It doesn't like your toast." Another yells, "The goose demands respect." Your rival has declared itself. You square your shoulders. "Very well," you say. "Then we are opponents." You raise your mug again, turning to the crowd. To courage, to standing tall, even when faced with poultry of questionable temper. The goose hisses louder. The crowd erupts, stomping, clapping, egging it on. They are no longer neutral spectators. They want blood, or at least feathers. You try again. To geese, noble guardians of ponds, terrifying nightmares of farmers, inspiration to us all. It's your attempt at diplomacy, an olive branch carved in words. The goose takes a step forward, wings spreading, and honks with such force that several mugs tremble. The crowd roars. Someone throws a crust of bread in the goose's direction, which it ignores completely, keeping its full focus on you. You bow low, as if conceding. "A worthy rival," you say solemnly. May the gods bless this contest. Then you lift your mug, dramatic as a knight lifting a sword, and proclaim, to rivals that sharpen us, to battles that define us, and to geese that remind us humility is but one honk away. The room goes wild. People cheer so loudly the rafters shake. The goose hisses, flaps once, and struts in a slow circle, basking in the attention like a king on parade. It has won, and it knows it. You drink deeply, half in defeat, half in admiration. Across the tavern, the goose settles by the hearth, glaring at you with smug serenity. The crowd continues to celebrate, retelling the contest as though they've just witnessed an epic duel. Already the story is changing. Some claim you bowed first, others swear the goose bowed to you, and one drunk insists the goose whispered ancient curses in Latin. By the end of the night, you know the truth doesn't matter. The tale will grow. It will be told and retold, a legend born from ale, applause, and poultry. And though you lost the toast off, though the goose remains undefeated, you cannot help but smile, because every great hero needs a rival, and yours just honked at you. The idea comes to you after watching the Reeves' son drink. He does it with such unbearable grace, holding his goblet between two fingers, lifting it delicately, tilting his head as though even swallowing is an art form. The room had gone silent at the gesture, eyes admiring, whispers of "so refined" passing like incense through the tavern. You, of course, scoffed loudly, but deep down, envy gnawed. Why should nobles be the only ones allowed to drink with dignity? Surely you too could sip like a prince. You prepare yourself for the performance as though it is a duel. You wipe your mouth on your sleeve. You straighten your spine, though your tunic hangs crookedly from last night's barrel sleep. You hold your mug in one hand, then realize mugs are peasant vessels, and swap it for a borrowed goblet, dented but still capable of pretending to be silver in dim light. The tavern crowd notices immediately. They hush, sensing spectacle. You raise the goblet high, pinky extended in imitation of what you think the Reeves' son had done. Already, the balance feels wrong. The weight sits oddly. The pinky wobbles, your wrist trembles. Still, you power through, drawing the rim to your lips in one smooth, exaggerated motion. You attempt to sip. No gulping, no slurping, just the faintest kiss of drink, noble and restrained. The liquid touches your tongue. Mead, warm, heavy, thicker than you remembered. And for some reason, perhaps nerves, perhaps your throat's rebellion at subtlety, it goes the wrong way. Instead of swallowing with elegance, you choke spectacularly. The sip backfires, spraying forward, sputtering through your teeth and nose. In desperation, you try to recover by swallowing again, but panic strikes, and the entire mouthful splashes directly into your tunic. The crowd erupts. Half laugh, half gasp. The sound fills the tavern like thunder. A woman clutches her sides. A man slaps the table so hard a mug jumps, and somewhere in the back someone shouts, "Ah, the noble fountain." You stand there dripping, chest soaked, sticky mead trickling downward in a humiliating path. You could salvage this with dignity. You could nod coolly, pretend it was part of the act. Insist nobles often baptize themselves in drink as a sign of status. But your cough betrays you, hacking, wheezing, the sound of a man drowning on dry land. You try to smile, but it's crooked, strained, your eyes watering. The laughter only grows. The Reeves' son smirks from his corner, raising his own goblet in mocking salute before sipping perfectly again, as though rubbing salt in your very sticky wound. You glare but can't speak. Your throat still burns from the attempt at refinement. Children gather near your knees, pointing, chanting something about Lord Meadchest. You wave them off, but one pokes your tunic, fascinated by the squelch. You swat at them, only to slip slightly on the puddle forming at your boots. The crowd howls louder, certain this is the funniest thing they've seen since the chicken incident. Desperate, You raise the goblet once more, determined to redeem yourself. One more sip. Surely, one more. You tilt it back carefully, forcing your throat into compliance. This time, you swallow. It works. No sputter. No disaster. A clean, simple sip. The crowd waits, expectant. You smile with triumph, proud, ready to bask in their applause. But then, of course, it dribbles. A single line of mead escapes the corner of your mouth, winding its way down your chin and dripping onto your already drenched tunic. The tavern explodes again. Someone falls off a bench, clutching their stomach with laughter. Even the innkeeper chuckles, shaking her head. The Reeves' son claps mockingly, his smirk now broad, victorious. You sink back into your seat, defeated, soaked, sticky, and surrounded by glee. The goblet sits heavy in your hand, mocking you. Nobility, you decide, is overrated. Drinking is meant to be messy, loud, shared with splashes and slams, not dainty sips that turn men into fountains. You raise the goblet one final time, not with grace, but with defiance, and down the rest in one glorious, peasant-sized gulp. The crowd cheers, not because you're noble, but because at last you're yourself again, and your tunic will never recover. The tavern is busy tonight, louder than usual, a blur of voices, mugs, and the clatter of wooden spoons attempting to be instruments. You've had enough to drink that the world feels like it's wrapped in wool, soft and forgiving, and you decide, very suddenly and very seriously, that you need more cider. The thought lodges in your brain like divine revelation. Cider will fix everything. You push yourself off the bench, legs wobbling but determined, and weave through the crowd toward what you believe is the bar. The tavern keeper is nowhere in sight. In her place, you spot a round little figure perched on a stool near the corner. Small, spiky, but positioned with a kind of authority. You blink, squint, nod to yourself. Of course, that must be the bartender. You clear your throat with as much dignity as your cider-starved body can muster and lean on the table beside it. "One cider, please," you say with careful enunciation, as though speaking to nobility. The figure does not reply. Instead, it hunches slightly, bristles twitching in the candlelight. You interpret this as shyness. "No rush," you add kindly. "Take your time. But if you could add a slice of apple, that would be magnificent." The hedgehog, because that is what it is, remains silent. Its tiny nose wiggles once, then twice. You nod, misreading the gesture. "Yes, excellent. You understand. Truly, service like this is rare." Then it rolls away. Not far, just a small shuffle of its body, but enough that you nearly topple trying to follow. You frown, puzzled. "Wait, where are you going? I didn't pay yet." You dig around in your pouch for coins, spilling half of them onto the floor. They scatter, clinking under tables, prompting children to dive after them like piranhas. The hedgehog continues its slow retreat. You shuffle after it, apologizing profusely. "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I appreciate your establishment deeply, truly. Best cider in 3 counties." The hedgehog vanishes under a bench. You crouch, peering into the shadows. Are you out of stock? Someone grabs your shoulder. It's the blacksmith, red-faced with laughter, tears streaking his cheeks. "That's a hedgehog," he wheezes, nearly falling over. Others around him join in, voices ringing, stepping out, pointing at you like you've just reenacted the world's best comedy. You flush, still crouching, words fumbling from your lips. No, it was behind the bar. It looked official. It understood me." Your defense only makes the crowd howl louder. A woman claps her hands, nearly spilling her drink, gasping. "You tried to tip it." You stagger upright, trying to salvage dignity, and lean against what you hope is a sturdy surface. You glance down. It's a log. A plain, unremarkable log used to prop the tavern's back wall. You pat it gently and whisper, "My apologies, sir. I mistook you as well." The crowd loses itself completely. Laughter crashes like waves, mugs slam on tables, someone shouts, "Next round on the hedgehog," and another counters, "The log will pour it." Even the tavern keeper herself emerges from the back, surveying the scene with her usual exasperation, muttering, "Every night with this one." You can feel your ears burn, but a strange pride settles in beneath the embarrassment. You've given them a story. Tonight will be remembered, not for songs or dances, but for the time you mistook a hedgehog for a bartender and apologized sincerely to a log. You slump back into your seat, finally handed an actual cider by the actual tavern keeper. It tastes sharper, sweeter, more alive than ever before. You raise it high and declare, "To excellent service." The crowd roars with laughter again, clinking mugs together. And in the corner the hedgehog curls up, unimpressed, already halfway to sleep. You don't remember how you got to the square, only that you are suddenly there, swaying on the fountain's edge with your arms spread like a prophet and your voice rising above the quiet of late evening. A few lanterns flicker, moths circling them like small, confused philosophers themselves, and you seize on the moment as your stage. Words pour out of you, not carefully, not coherently, but with the unstoppable confidence of someone certain that truth itself is bubbling in their chest. "What is a mug," you shout, "but a vessel for dreams? And what is ale but proof that life, though cruel, is also frothy?" The night air carries your declaration. A dog barks. Somewhere, a shutter creaks closed. A handful of villagers stand nearby, drawn by the spectacle, or perhaps unable to resist watching what might turn into either enlightenment or disaster. They stare, eyebrows raised, some clutching baskets, others clutching each other. You take their silence for awe. "Consider the goose," you cry, pointing dramatically at the sky, though no goose is present. It hisses, it honks, yet still it soars. Is that not what we all must do? Hiss at injustice, honk at despair, and rise. A child giggles, an old man frowns. You nod gravely, as though they've contributed profound insights. You pace along the fountain, nearly slipping twice, but saving yourself with exaggerated flourishes. "What is bread," you continue, "if not the body of patience? For who among us has not waited for dough to rise, and who among us has not fallen flat, like unleavened loaves, in the ovens of destiny?" You slam your fist to your chest, nearly spilling the last swallow of mead still clutched in your other hand. By now, you are sweating with the effort, your words colliding with each other, your mind sprinting ahead of your tongue. The villagers murmur among themselves. "Is he drunk?" someone asks. Another replies, "No, this is philosophy." They nod as if the distinction matters. Your voice climbs higher, more desperate. What is love but lending your blanket to another even when your feet grow cold? What is hope but believing the turnip with a smile is speaking directly to you? And what is life, if not the endless search for better drink? No one claps. Not yet. A silence hangs heavy, broken only by your labored breathing and the faint trickle of the fountain. Doubt flickers. Perhaps they don't understand. Perhaps you don't understand. You're not entirely sure what half the words meant yourself. But then, from somewhere in the back, a single pair of hands begins to clap. The sound echoes through the square like a spark catching straw. You freeze, stunned. Someone is applauding. The others, unsure but unwilling to be left behind, join in. The clapping grows louder, mismatched and messy, but enthusiastic. They cheer not for comprehension, but for the performance, for the audacity of a drunk shouting truths, or, at least, syllables, that no one can follow. You bow deeply, nearly tumbling into the fountain, and raise your mug. Thank you, thank you. Philosophy is thirsty work. You drain the last swallow, grimacing at its warmth but holding the grimace like a badge of courage. As the crowd disperses, shaking their heads, chuckling, still clapping weakly here and there. You slump onto the fountain's edge. The square grows quiet again, lanterns dimming, moths still circling in their own private mysteries. You stare at the water, trying to recall what exactly you meant about bread or geese, but it slips away, dissolving like foam in an empty mug. Still, you smile faintly. For one night, in the heart of the village, you were a philosopher, and at least one person clapped. It happened somewhere between the tavern door and the edge of the square. One moment you are walking with both shoes, proud, balanced, a person of dignity. The next, your right foot squelches into something soft and wet, and when you pull it free, the shoe is gone, swallowed whole by the earth, as if the mud has grown hungry. You stare down at your bare foot, toes wiggling in the muck, and feel betrayed. Shoes are supposed to protect you. Shoes are supposed to stay. You bend down and dig, but the mud only laughs, slurping noisily as your fingers sink in. You imagine it deep beneath the surface now, your shoe drifting down through layers of soil like some lost relic, on its way to join ancient bones and forgotten coins. You stand again, unsteady, your remaining shoe feeling smug on the left foot. It looks at your bare right foot like a sibling who's just won a competition. At first, you panic. How can one walk in public half-shod? You picture yourself parading through the village, mocked for the asymmetry, children chanting songs about your missing footwear, adults shaking their heads in solemn judgment. You try hopping to see if one-footed travel is an option, but you nearly topple into the mud entirely. The thought of explaining that to anyone is unbearable. So you keep walking, one bare foot, one shod, squelching and clomping, a mismatched rhythm that feels like a new kind of music. The mud spreads quickly between your toes, cold and shocking, but after a few steps, you begin to accept it. The mud is honest. The mud doesn't hide its intentions like shoes do. It clings, yes, but with sincerity. You pause under a lantern post, raise your muddy foot, and examine it like a relic. You've discovered something, a truth, a new perspective. Shoes are a myth, you decide. Shoes are illusions crafted by cobblers and nobles to keep us from knowing the true earth. The ground itself wants to hold us, feel us, pull us into its embrace. Shoes are walls, mud is freedom. A passing farmer stares as you announce this philosophy loudly, your arm raised in triumph. Shoes are lies. You cry, and the farmer hurries along, muttering about drunkards. But you feel the power of revelation, the surge of clarity that only comes when your foot is entirely coated in earth. You march onward, letting the mud claim more territory. Your one remaining shoe begins to feel like a prison, tight and unnecessary. You stop, tug it off with effort, and fling it aside dramatically. Now both feet sink and squelch, the mud sucking at your heels, and you laugh. This is it. This is what humanity was meant for. The freedom of 10 toes unbound, the primal slap of flesh on wet soil. The village square feels different without shoes. The cobblestones press sharp, irregular shapes into your skin, each step a conversation between your body and the world. A puddle soaks your ankles. A patch of straw cushions your soul. You are alive in ways no shoe wearer could understand. Of course, there are downsides. Your feet are cold. Your feet are dirty. A dog follows you, fascinated, licking at the mud as it drips. And when you stumble into the tavern again, dripping earth across the clean floorboards, the innkeeper gives you a look that could curdle milk. You try to explain. Shoes are myths. Mud is truth. You've transcended leather. But she only points at the door and hands you a rag. You wipe your feet reluctantly, staring longingly at the mud outside. Still, the perspective lingers. People will laugh. They'll mock. They'll say you simply lost a shoe. But you know, you discovered something larger than footwear. Shoes pretend to carry you. Mud teaches you where you stand. It starts innocently enough. Someone pulls out a lute. Someone else bangs a spoon against a mug. And before you know it, The tavern has transformed from a place of drinking into a place of shouting songs disguised as music. You're at the center of it somehow, mug in hand, swaying with the rhythm that doesn't actually exist but feels important anyway. The first verse comes easy enough, because you're not expected to sing. You clap, you nod, you grin at the right moments. But then the chorus arrives, and everyone turns their heads toward you, like you've been chosen by fate to carry it. You panic. The words thunder out of their mouths, a tangle of rhymes about rivers and harvests, and someone named Elspeth whose beauty could cure plagues. You open your mouth and nothing familiar comes, so you do what any noble soul would do. You mumble. Not just weakly mumble, but with conviction, with passion, with the confidence of a man who has absolutely no idea what he's saying but believes in it all the same. Humhala, humlafa, tralalum, you belt, pounding the table for emphasis. To your astonishment, no one questions it. A few nod approvingly. A farmer claps you on the back so hard you nearly inhale your own tongue. Encouraged, you lean into it. Ha rambolane, lum dum lo. The sound isn't words, not in any language you know, but it has rhythm, and rhythm is half the battle. The tavern echoes with cheers. You beam. Perhaps this is your calling. Not just drinking, not just shouting, but inventing entire languages of song. You raise your mug, foam spilling onto the table, and bellow another line of nonsense. Then it happens. Someone at the far end of the table, a thin man with sharp eyes, leans forward and shouts above the din. Is that Latin? The tavern hushes. Faces turn to you, expectant, impressed, as though you've suddenly revealed a hidden education no one suspected. Your heart pounds. You could deny it, explain that you're just making sounds like a donkey with rhythm, but something inside you refuses. You nod solemnly. Yes, you declare, lowering your voice to a reverent hush. Latin. The effect is immediate. The crowd gasps, murmurs of awe rippling through the room. A woman clasps her hands to her chest. Someone mutters, "No wonder it sounds so refined." Even the tavern keeper pauses mid-pour to glance your way with something almost like respect. And just like that, you're trapped. Every chorus now belongs to you. You must lead it, your nonsense syllables elevated into divine chant. You rise to your feet, swaying dangerously, and unleash another line. Domino faribo lum num. The crowd repeats it back, voices shaking the rafters. You realize with horror and delight that you've accidentally started a cult of song. The verses continue, more nonsense, more nodding, more cheers. The sharp-eyed man even tries to harmonize, though he sounds like a goat in distress. No one cares. They're all too swept up in the glory of your supposed classical training. One villager insists you should teach the children this Latin hymn. Another demands you sing it at the harvest festival. Your throat burns, your mug empties, your nonsense grows wilder. You start throwing in words you actually know. Turnip, cider, goose, woven seamlessly into your fake Latin. Turnipus magnificum, ciderus glorious, goose dominatus. The crowd howls in ecstasy, convinced they are part of something sacred and historic. By the time the last verse wheezes into silence, you're drenched in sweat, voice cracked but triumphant. The tavern explodes into applause, mugs banging, feet stomping, someone shouting that you should be made a bishop. You bow deeply, hoping the room will spin less if you lean forward. As the cheer dies down, the sharp-eyed man leans close again, whispering, "I didn't understand a word, but that's how you know it's holy." You smile weakly, clutching your mug, and collapse back into your seat. You have no idea what you sang, no idea what it meant, but you know one thing for certain: you're never living this down. It begins with a drunken handshake offered across a sticky table, your mug nearly toppling as you grip the stranger's hand with the solemnity of two kings sealing a treaty. You don't know his name, he doesn't know yours, but that doesn't matter. In the glow of the tavern fire, with the smell of spilled ale in the air and a half-empty jug between you, You are bound by something greater than names. You are bound by destiny. The conversation starts like any other. He mentions goats. You mention acrobatics. The two ideas collide in the haze of mead, and suddenly it seems obvious. A goat circus. Not just a passing fancy, not just a silly thought tossed into the night, but a full vision. Goats marching in formation, goats balancing on barrels, goats leaping through hoops of fire while the crowd roars. You clutch his shoulders, eyes wide, describing in detail the velvet capes you'll sew for each animal. The grand finale where the lead goat bows as the villagers shower it with turnips. He gasps at your brilliance, slams his mug down in agreement, and before you know it, you're both weeping with laughter, then actual tears. Not because it's funny, though it is, but because it feels important, sacred, like you've stumbled into a dream too good for this world. The pact grows more elaborate with every sentence. He swears he knows a cousin with a field perfect for a traveling show. You vow to learn juggling, even though you can't currently hold 2 apples without dropping one. Together, you sketch imaginary posters in the air with your fingers, the ink of your words staining the night. Goat extravaganza, the greatest show on hooves, you declare. He claps so hard his palm leaves an imprint on your back. Around you, the tavern carries on, singing, drinking, arguing, but you are in your own universe. To you and this nameless partner, nothing exists but the vision. You both swear loyalty to it, swear to each other, swear to the future goats who will one day stand upon stools in front of astonished villagers. The tears come again, heavier this time. You cry because it's beautiful. You cry because it's possible. You cry because you have never felt so certain of anything in your life. The stranger holds your hand in both of his grip sticky with ale, and you match his intensity, squeezing back until your knuckles ache. You promise aloud, the goat circus will happen. You swear on your honor, on your liver, on every saint you can half remember. The two of you lean forward, foreheads pressed together like brothers, muttering the sacred vow in unison. By goat, by barrel, by fire, so shall it be. The moment feels eternal. The fire pops in the hearth. The mugs clink in the background. But for you there is only the pact, forged in drink and sealed in tears. You are convinced you will see this man tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, until your circus reigns across kingdoms. But when you wake, the stool beside you is empty. His mug is gone, his seat abandoned. No name lingers in your memory, only his face blurred by laughter and his hand sticky in yours. You wander the village looking, asking, describing the man with wild gestures, but no one knows him. Some say he was a traveler, some say a figment, some swear no such man ever entered the tavern. Still, the promise burns in your chest. The pact lives on, and somewhere out there, perhaps, he is telling the same story, swearing to strangers about a circus of goats and the night he cried with a drunk whose name he never knew. You slam your mug on the table and declare, with all the poise of a wandering scholar who just stumbled out of a monastery, that mathematics is the key to life, and mead is the proof. The table grows quiet, not because anyone expects brilliance, but because everyone wants to see how badly this will go. You puff out your chest, straighten your back, and squint as though numbers are floating in the air before you. They are not. The only things floating are motes of dust and the last bubble in your mug. Still, you begin. Behold, you say, holding your mug aloft like a holy relic. If ale is the number 1, then another ale is also the number 1, and together they make 2. 2 ales, 2 hearts, 1 love. You grin triumphantly, certain you've just unraveled the fabric of the universe. Across the table, a woman raises an eyebrow and mutters, "That's just counting." You ignore her. Great minds are rarely understood in their own time. You decide to go deeper. With the solemnity of a monk illuminating manuscripts by candlelight, you whisper, "The square root of ale is love." You let the words hang, dramatic, almost trembling with importance. Someone gasps, though it may just be because they swallowed a pickle. Wrong. You grab a piece of stale bread and begin scribbling numbers into it with your finger, though no marks appear. See, if ale equals joy, and joy equals singing, and singing equals love, then mathematically, ale must equal love squared, which means the square root of ale is love. You point your crumb-coated finger at the crowd like you've just solved a murder. The woman you're aiming this wisdom at does not look impressed. She stares at you, then at her mug, then back at you, and finally shakes her head. Without a word, she stands and walks away, leaving you clutching your invisible equations. This does not deter you. Genius is often abandoned before it is celebrated. You chase after her, still explaining. No, wait, it makes sense. Think of goats. 2 goats plus 2 goats equals 4 goats, but if you divide the goats by ale, you still get love. Your voice rises, echoing through the tavern, drawing laughter and groans in equal measure. Someone mutters that you've been possessed by Pythagoras, and a priest makes a small sign of the cross just in case. You stumble back to your seat, frustrated that no one sees the vision. You grab another mug to continue your research, pouring liquid inspiration down your throat. It burns in your chest, igniting more calculations. 1 mug plus 1 mug equals happiness. You mumble, scribbling circles on the table with spilled mead. But 1 mug times 1 mug, infinite happiness. A man across the table leans in, fascinated by your fervor. He nods enthusiastically, adding, "Yes, and if you subtract the hangover, you get enlightenment." The two of you laugh like you've uncovered a lost theorem, pounding the table until the mugs rattle. For a moment, you feel unstoppable. Numbers, love, ale, goats. It all fits together in a grand cosmic equation. You imagine yourself teaching in universities, students hanging on your every slurred formula, scribes furiously copying your drunken diagrams. The woman who walked away will come crawling back, begging to learn the secret of the ale root of love. You will refuse at first, coy, until she proves her loyalty by bringing you another mug. But then the moment falters. Your bread paper has been eaten by a passing dog. Your equations dissolve into puddles of spilled drink. The crowd moves on, singing a different tune, uninterested in your revolution. You sit slumped in your chair, clutching your mug to your chest. Maybe they didn't understand. Maybe they weren't ready. But you know, deep down, through the haze of drink and the fog of numbers, you know, the square root of ale is love. And someday, someone will believe you. You wake to the smell of yeast and something faintly smoky, the kind of scent that suggests the night ended with more shouting than sense. Your head is a beehive, buzzing and angry, and when you roll over, you don't find a person or even an animal, but a loaf of bread. Not just any loaf, either. This one is plump, golden, and unmistakably clothed in your shirt. For a moment, you simply stare. You hope it's the drink, some lingering dream, but the bread doesn't vanish. The sleeve is stretched around its crust, buttons barely clinging to their holes. The bread looks cozy, too cozy. You sit up, clutching your blanket like it might protect you from the absurdity of your own life, and mutter, "What in God's name?" You try to remember the night before, dragging the fragments out of the muck in your mind, singing, yes, dancing on the table until it gave way, a toast involving a goose, and then something about poetry. You distinctly recall someone shouting about metaphors. Did you attempt to recite verse to impress the tavern? Did you compare bread to the human soul? The thought makes you shudder. The loaf lies silent, smug, like it knows exactly what happened and refuses to tell. You poke it with one finger, half expecting it to sigh or confess. It only wobbles. The sight of your shirt, draped across it, makes the whole situation feel scandalous, as though you've been caught in some illicit affair between man and bakery. You whisper accusations at it. What did you do? Who put you here? Why my shirt? The bread doesn't answer, but its silence feels damning. You picture the tavern keeper watching you cradle the loaf in your arms, smirking as she tells everyone in the village about your strange new bedfellow. You imagine ballads sung about this, the baker's fool who married his own loaf. Your imagination spins further. Perhaps the loaf itself wooed you, whispering promises of warmth, safety, and a crusty shoulder to lean on. Perhaps you succumbed, entranced by its golden roundness, slipping your shirt over it like a wedding robe. Maybe you even vowed eternal loyalty before collapsing beside it. It sounds absurd, but not more absurd than the reality. You are half naked, and your shirt is very much on a piece of bread. You consider reclaiming the garment, but hesitation strikes. The loaf looks comfortable. It looks almost proud. Taking the shirt away feels cruel, like robbing a creature of its dignity. So you compromise. You lift the bread gently, whispering, "We'll sort this out," and set it on the table as though you're moving a fragile relic. Your neighbor stirs in the corner, blinks blearily, and sees you tucking the loaf into a chair. They say nothing. They simply pull their blanket over their head. That silence, more than anything, convinces you this is not the first time such madness has occurred in your village. You dress in your spare tunic and stare at the loaf once more. A ridiculous thought plants itself in your mind. Maybe this is fate. Maybe you are meant to carry this bread with you, a companion, a talisman. It's not unheard of. Heroes have swords, saints have relics, fools have, well, bread. Still, practicality intrudes. At some point, someone is going to want their loaf back. The baker will come knocking, demanding to know why his goods are parading around in borrowed clothing. You will have no answer that doesn't make you sound like a lunatic. For now, you decide you'll keep the bread close, if only to solve the mystery later. You pat it gently, as though sealing the decision, and it sits there in your shirt, round and silent, like a secret you're not ready to share. The morning feels heavier than it should, not just because of the hangover, not just because of the mud still clinging to your feet, but because you realize something simple and horrifying. This will not be the strangest thing to happen to you this week. The news reaches you before breakfast, carried on the whispering laughter of two apprentices hauling a cart of horseshoes. At first you think you've misheard, but no. The blacksmith, broad-armed, soot-streaked, hammer-wielding master of iron and intimidation, has written a song. And it's about you. The idea alone is enough to make you choke on your stale crust of bread. The blacksmith is not known for gentleness, nor for subtlety. He's known for sparks flying from the forge, for bending metal into weapons, for cursing loudly at anyone foolish enough to step near his anvil uninvited. And now he has bent his attention toward you. You, a wobbly drunk who once mistook a goat for a priest. The title hits your ears like a bucket of cold water, Drunk Fool at Midnight. You can practically see it carved into wood, illuminated letters in a monastery, or shouted in the market square by traveling minstrels. You brace yourself for mockery, but then someone hums a bar under their breath, and you freeze, because it's good, not just good, catchy, the kind of melody that wraps itself around your ribs and refuses to let go. Curiosity burns hotter than fear. You wander toward the forge, pretending you have business there. From within, you hear the clang of hammer on metal, steady as a drum beat, punctuated by the deep baritone of the blacksmith himself, humming his creation. You creep closer, toes in the dirt, until at last you hear the words, "Oh, the fool, the drunken fool, stumbling through the square by moon, he kissed a broom, he courted doom, and promised geese the stars too soon." You wince, but your toes tap anyway. The rhythm is undeniable. The apprentices join in, their voices weaving clumsy harmonies. One adds a verse about you falling into the fountain and declaring war on gravity. Another tosses in a line about turnips and destiny. You want to be offended, you want to storm in and demand they cease, but the melody hooks your heart. Against your will, your lips twitch upward, By noon, the song has spread. Children run past you in the street, singing it at the top of their lungs. Old women hum it while picking over carrots at the market. A shepherd whistles the tune as he drives his flock. You keep your head low, cloak pulled tight, but every note finds you, wrapping around your shame and twisting it into something strange. It slaps. You hum it under your breath, then louder, until you catch yourself swaying to the rhythm. You remember the line about the broom, and snort so hard you scare a chicken. You try to tell yourself you hate it, that it's cruel, but the truth is, it carries you. You've been made immortal, not in marble or parchment, but in song. Every drunk, every fool, every midnight wanderer is now connected to you by melody. In the tavern that evening, the blacksmith himself arrives with his hammer slung over one shoulder, and the entire room erupts into the chorus. Mugs slam the tables, feet stomp the floorboards, and the rafters shake with laughter. You shrink into your seat, cheeks burning, but then someone drags you up by the arm. "Sing it," they demand, and so you do. At first, awkward, your voice cracking as you stumble through the words, but the crowd cheers, and the rhythm lifts you. Soon you're bellowing your own humiliation with pride, your mug raised high, your voice colliding with the blacksmith's booming harmony. By the time the last verse fades, you are breathless, grinning, the room roaring its approval. The blacksmith claps you on the back, nearly knocking you into the fire, and says, "Not bad for a fool." All night the melody follows you, and all the next day, and perhaps for the rest of your life. You hum it on the road, in the market, even in your sleep. It is mockery, yes, but it is also proof. You are legend now, your foolishness etched into the memory of the village, not as a shame but as a song that slaps. And honestly, you can't stop humming it. The contest is already underway when you stumble back into the tavern, voices roaring, mugs slamming, bodies crowding around a long table like spectators at some holy ritual. 4 villagers sit at the center, red-faced and determined, each gripping a mug so large it could double as a cauldron. Foam spills onto the table, dripping to the floor where it mingles with sawdust. You have no idea what the rules are, no idea who declared it a contest, but you know this. You belong there. Without waiting for permission, you wedge yourself between 2 participants, slide onto the bench, and seize the nearest mug. The woman beside you blinks in disbelief. "You weren't invited," she says flatly, "but you're already raising the drink." "I'm invited now," you reply, and then you drink like the fate of nations depends on it. The crowd gasps. It's not because of your speed, which is middling at best, but because of your commitment. You tilt the mug so aggressively, half the mead runs down your chin, soaking into your collar, but you don't stop. You slam the empty vessel down with such force the table jumps, and suddenly the tavern is on its feet, roaring. No one remembers when you arrived. No one cares. You are now a competitor. The rounds continue. The mugs keep coming. Your vision blurs, your hands tremble, but you stay locked in, swaying slightly like a tree in high wind. The man on your left collapses forward, cheek pressing to the table in defeat. The woman on your right stumbles away, muttering about her stomach staging a rebellion. That leaves you and a farmer built like a barn door, his face redder than a beet, sweat dripping into his beard. He raises his mug. You raise yours. The crowd chants, pounding the tables in rhythm. Drink, drink, drink. You gulp. The liquid is no longer mead, at least not in your mouth. It's fire and honey, bitterness and laughter, molten energy coursing through you. Your stomach pleads for mercy, but your pride silences it. You glance at the farmer and see his eyes rolling back, his grip faltering. You push through, swallow after swallow, until at last you slam your mug onto the wood. Silence falls. For one terrifying second, you think you've killed yourself. Then the farmer topples sideways off the bench, his mug spilling across the floor. The tavern erupts. You are hoisted to your feet, carried aloft by strangers, your arms flailing as the room chants your name, or something close to it, a drunken approximation that sounds more like blort than anything else. Still, you accept the honor. You are champion. You are legend. Then comes the question no one has thought to ask until now. What is the prize? Voices rise in confusion. Some suggest another mug of mead, but the tavern keeper shakes her head violently. Others propose a kiss, a song, a chicken. You clear your throat, swaying like a ship in storm, and raise one finger with solemn authority. A turnip, you declare. The room quiets, stunned. Then laughter rolls through like thunder. A turnip, someone repeats, and soon the chant begins. Turnip, turnip, turnip. The innkeeper, sighing as though she has just watched her life's work unravel, trudges into the back and returns with a lumpy, dirt-streaked specimen. She places it into your hands with the reverence of a coronation. You cradle it to your chest, eyes wet with triumph. The tavern cheers louder than ever. Someone strikes up the blacksmith's new song, but the words are lost under the roar of mugs banging against tables. All you hear is victory. You hold the turnip aloft, your prize, your symbol, your proof. You don't remember the rules, you don't remember the rounds, but you remember this. You weren't invited, and you won anyway. And now you have a turnip to prove it. You never meant to say anything. You only wandered into the church because the tavern was too loud and the air too heavy, and the quiet glow of candles promised peace. The priest was there, sitting in the half-shadow, his eyes tired but kind. He greeted you softly, asked if you needed to unburden your soul. You laughed at first, because your soul is less a burden and more a pile of scattered kindlings soaked in ale. But then he gestured toward the confessional, and somehow you found yourself sitting inside, staring at the lattice, your tongue loosened by drink and silence. What tumbles out of your mouth isn't your life. Not really. It's fragments, jumbled thoughts, and then a sentence you don't recognize until it hangs in the air like smoke. I stole the Duke's horse, you say, though you've never even touched the reins of a noble animal, much less ridden one. You freeze. Why did you say that? Where did it come from? You wait for the priest to laugh, to scold, to correct. Instead, there is silence, heavy and deliberate. He clears his throat. The Duke's horse? His voice trembles. You should correct yourself, but your head is heavy, and your imagination gallops ahead of your common sense. Yes, you whisper, leaning in, as though it's the most important secret in the world. It was a Tuesday, or a Thursday, hard to tell, but the horse was mine that night. You don't know what you're describing anymore, only that it feels dramatic, and the priest seems to be listening with rapt horror. You embellish. You talk about how the moonlight shone on the saddle, how the horse whinnied your name, how you galloped into the dark like a hero fleeing destiny. By the time you pause for breath, the story has swollen into an epic theft involving 3 guards, a barrel of apples, and a conveniently placed ladder. On the other side of the lattice, the priest gasps. My child, he murmurs, this is a grave sin. His voice is both horrified and reverent, as though he's speaking to a legend and a criminal at once. You must confess it all, every detail. And so you do. The words pour out of you like water breaking a dam, even though none of them are true. The longer you speak, the more absurd it becomes. The horse becomes larger, its hooves striking sparks, its mane flowing like fire. You claim you leapt a ravine with it, that you outran time itself. When you finally stumble into silence, the priest sighs heavily, as though he's aged a decade in minutes. I absolve you, he whispers, voice breaking. But you must never speak of this again. Relief floods you, even though you didn't need absolution in the first place. You murmur a thank you, make a vague promise to live better, and rise from the confessional with all the dignity of a repentant saint. But when you turn to leave, you hear a soft thud. The priest has fainted. You hesitate. Do you wake him? Do you run? You settle on draping a pew cloth over him like a blanket, patting his shoulder and whispering, "Sleep well, Holy One." Then you tiptoe out into the night, half terrified, half proud. By morning, whispers spread. The Duke's horse was never stolen, of course, but somehow the tale is already reshaping itself in the mouths of villagers. Some swear you confessed to stealing it, others that you confessed to being the horse. No one seems entirely sure. And yet, when you pass the church again, you glance at the door and feel a shiver. Somewhere inside, a priest is likely praying fervently for your soul, convinced he's glimpsed the depths of sin. You keep walking, clutching your turnip like an anchor. You didn't mean to lie. You didn't mean to confess. But now, you're infamous for a crime that never happened. And the worst part is, you almost wish it had. You hear it first from a child running through the square, shouting something about trades and chickens and your name. At first you assume it's another drunken rumor, the sort that follows you like a shadow ever since you proposed to a broom and sang hymns in fake Latin. But then you step into the tavern, and the tavern keeper greets you with a strange look, half amusement and half pity, before sliding a mug across the counter. "Drink up," she says. "You've had a long day of being exchanged." Confused, you sip. The mead tastes sweeter than usual, or maybe that's just the sting of knowing something's not right. You demand answers, slurring but insistent, and a farmer in the corner finally clears his throat. He tells you plainly, as though announcing the weather. Last night, somewhere between your third and ninth mug, you were bartered. Not for land, not for gold, not even for a barrel of ale, for a chicken. You laugh at first, because surely it's a joke. But then, the door creaks open, and in walks the farmer's wife, leading a speckled hen on a string like royalty. She beams at you. "This one," she says proudly, "is worth you." The tavern erupts in laughter, and the chicken clucks softly, almost apologetically. You study it carefully. It's not a bad chicken. Its feathers shine in the light, its eyes bright and curious, compared to some of the goats you've seen and argued with. It seems positively noble. You shrug, lift your mug, and mutter, "Could have been worse." By midday, word has spread. Children follow you through the village chanting, chicken man," while the hen trails loyally behind, pecking at stray crumbs. You try to assert dignity, but every time you turn a corner, there it is, flapping its wings or staring at you as though it now owns your soul. You sit on a bench, the chicken hopping up beside you, and you study each other in silence. Slowly, an understanding forms. The chicken is calm, patient, not judging. Unlike the villagers, it doesn't laugh at your songs or your math or your attempts at philosophy. It only tilts its head, blinking as if to say, "Yes, you are ridiculous, but you are mine now." Something shifts in you. You start talking to it, softly at first, then with more animation. You tell it about the turnip you won, about the broom that spurned you, about the priest who fainted at your false confession. The chicken listens better than most people you know. At one point, it even clucks at the exact right moment, which you take as encouragement. By evening, you are no longer embarrassed. You strut through the square with your new companion, chin high, daring anyone to mock you. Some still laugh, of course, but others nod with a strange kind of respect. After all, how many men can claim to have been traded for poultry and live to tell the tale? You invent a story on the spot, embellishing wildly about how the trade was part of a sacred ritual, a bond between man and bird. The crowd eats it up. In the tavern that night, someone raises a mug and toasts you as the chosen of the chicken. The room roars approval. The hen perches on your shoulder as if to seal the title. You grin, drunk on both mead and absurdity, and accept the honor with all the gravity you can muster. When you finally stumble home, the chicken follows, settling beside your bed as though it's always belonged there. You watch it tuck its head beneath its wing, utterly at peace, and for a fleeting moment, you wonder if perhaps you've gained more than you've lost. After all, the chicken seems nice. It begins with a single sip, golden and sharp, a liquid that tastes less like mead and more like sunlight that's been trapped in a barrel for too long. The tavern keeper slides it toward you with a smirk, muttering something about special stock and "don't blame me if your tongue falls off." You laugh, because tongues don't fall off, and then you drink, and suddenly your tongue doesn't feel like your own anymore. The first sound that comes out isn't words. It's a noise, a rolling tumble of syllables that don't belong to any language you've ever heard. Shabalum ferishta borodan, you declare, slamming the mug on the table. Heads turn, silence falls. You blink, confused. That was not what you intended to say. You meant to say, "It's good," but instead your mouth conjured something that sounds like a prophecy. The crowd leans in, curious. Someone whispers, "Is that Elvish?" Someone else mutters, No, it's the speech of angels." Encouraged, you try again. Drumalo feshka toramin. The words pour from you with ease, fluid and rhythmic, as though they were waiting inside your lungs all along. Your hands move with them, gesturing wildly, tracing invisible patterns in the air. It feels poetic. Not just nonsense, but poetry. Lines and stanzas no one can understand, yet everyone feels. The old woman at the back of the tavern bursts into tears. A young man clutches his chest as if pierced by revelation. Even the dog by the hearth lifts its head, ears pricked, listening. You rise to your feet, fueled by the mead and the awe in their eyes. You chant your invented dialect with increasing passion, stringing together syllables like pearls. Froshala mundari, Teshko varin, Grumala fendo. Each line sounds important, though you have no idea what you're saying. You imagine it means something about love, about hunger, about the eternal struggle of men and goats. The tavern roars with applause after every phrase. People slam mugs against the tables, stomp their feet, cry out for more. You are not just drunk. You are prophet, poet, mystic. They believe you, and for a dangerous moment, you almost believe yourself. Someone shouts, "Translate." You freeze. You could admit the truth, that you're making it up, but no, not tonight. You clutch your chest, bow your head solemnly, and murmur, "Some words cannot be translated." The crowd gasps. A man whispers, "Divine." Another crosses himself. So you keep going, inventing verse after verse until your throat burns. You describe sunsets that never existed, storms that never happened, loves you never felt, all in the tumbling cadence of your new tongue. It becomes a song, a sermon, a declaration of everything and nothing. By the time you collapse back onto the bench, drenched in sweat, the tavern is silent with awe. Then, as one, they erupt into cheers so thunderous the rafters shake. The tavern keeper brings you another mug of the same mead. You eye it warily, knowing what it does, but you can't resist. One sip and you're off again, babbling prophecies to the ceiling beams. You invent curses, blessings, even a wedding vow or two. You grab a broom, place it beside you, and recite 3 lines of guttural poetry that sound so convincing the crowd bursts into tears, convinced they've just witnessed a sacred union. When at last your voice gives out, you collapse forward, cheek on the table, chest heaving. The tavern chants your fake words back at you, their voices rising in a chorus of nonsense syllables that echo like holy scripture. You smile weakly, your lips cracked, your mind spinning. Tomorrow you'll wake and remember none of the phrases. But tonight, you are a poet in a language that belongs only to you. And for the first time, every word feels true. It begins with rhythm. Not good rhythm, but rhythm nonetheless. Someone left 2 dented pots by the tavern fire, and you stare at them the way a knight stares at a dragon. equal parts fear and destiny. In your hand is a ladle, heavy and perfect, forged not for soups but for glory. You strike one pot with a clang that rattles the rafters. Heads turn, the room pauses, and then, as if summoned by divine madness, you strike again. The second pot answers back, higher in pitch, like an eager apprentice. Together they sing, off-key, discordant, but undeniably alive. You've invented music, or possibly torture. Either way, you're committed. You slam out a beat with the precision of a blind carpenter hammering nails, each strike louder and less coordinated than the last. The tavern groans, but you are unstoppable. You shout, "We are the Iron Lungs." No one asked the band's name, but you provide it anyway, ladle raised like a conductor's baton. The nearest drunk, too far gone to care, claps in sloppy time. You point to him instantly. "Our first fan!" He looks confused but accepts the title with a burp and a nod. From there, things escalate. You pound out what you swear is a marching song, though it sounds more like two cats dueling in a smithy. You bellow lyrics over the racket, words made up on the spot about ale, turnips, and destiny. Oh, mead in the moonlight. You howl, slamming the ladle so hard, one of the pots skitters across the floor. You chase it down, scoop it back into place, and keep playing as though nothing happened. Someone tries to boo you off, but you drown them out with a crescendo of unholy noise. You are no longer a person. You are the vessel of rhythm, the high priest of clangs, the saint of badly improvised percussion. Your hair sticks to your forehead with sweat, your tunic clings to you, and still you hammer away, smiling like a mad bard. A few brave souls join in. One man stomps on the floorboards to keep time, though it's unclear if he's helping or just trying to scare mice. A woman bangs two mugs together, shattering one almost immediately but cheering all the same. The tavern begins to chant. Nonsense syllables that match nothing but feel powerful. Suddenly the room is united, not by harmony, but by sheer noise. You spot your fan again, the first one, swaying with glassy eyes. He raises a fist and bellows your band's name. "Iron Lungs," he cries, and others repeat it, the chant spreading until it shakes the thatch on the roof. You never imagined fame would sound like pots and shouting, but here you are, headlining your own disaster. Mid-song, your ladle bends slightly, too much passion for its poor metal spine. You switch grip, undeterred, striking harder, faster, until the rhythm becomes a storm. You leap onto a bench, legs wobbling, pots balanced precariously at your feet, and declare, "This song is for the goats." No goats are present, but the crowd erupts anyway. At some point, the tavern keeper begs you to stop, but your fan shields you like a knight, insisting the art must live on. You dedicate your next song to him, a ballad called "Ode to the Man Who Believed." It lasts approximately 12 seconds and ends with you falling off the bench. The pots topple with you, rolling across the floor like defeated soldiers. But the applause drowns out even their clattering retreat. Lying there, bruised and sweating, you realize you are no longer just drunk. You are a legend, a one-night band that changed nothing and everything all at once. Your fan helps you up, pats your back, and whispers, "Encore." And you know then, without question, that this is only the beginning of the Iron Lungs. You raise the ladle again, your battered pots waiting faithfully at your feet. The tavern groans, but your fan cheers. And that's all you need. You rise unsteadily from your bench, tankard in hand, eyes blazing with the sort of wild conviction usually reserved for saints and lunatics. The tavern quiets, though it's unclear whether out of respect or morbid curiosity. You slam your mug onto the table with the gravity of a judge passing sentence and announce, in a voice thick with ale and destiny, "Hear me, for I am the ale prophet." The room stares, a dog sneezes, a child laughs. But you press on, undeterred by doubt, emboldened by mead. You raise a finger skyward, wobbly but righteous, and proclaim your first prophecy. There will be cheese. The silence deepens, every ear straining to catch the weight of your words. A heartbeat later, the tavern maid emerges from the kitchen, holding a platter piled high with wheels of cheese. The crowd gasps. You smirk. Destiny has spoken. Murmurs ripple through the room. Someone whispers, "How did he know?" Another crosses themselves. You spread your arms wide, basking in the glow of your sudden authority. "It is revealed to me," you say solemnly, though the only thing revealed to you is that your bladder is uncomfortably full. Still, no one challenges you. Not after the cheese. You lean forward, slam your palms onto the table, and declare another prophecy. Tonight, a man shall spill his drink upon his neighbor. At that precise moment, a drunken farmer knocks his mug into the lap of the man beside him. Liquid soaks into wool. An argument sparks. Gasps fill the room. You nod sagely, as though the entire universe bends itself to your ale-soaked will. Your following grows quickly. A cluster of wide-eyed villagers gather around, urging you for more revelations. You invent them freely, each more dramatic than the last. The goose shall not be trusted, you warn. Sure enough, a goose waddles in from the door just as someone tries to pet it, and it snaps viciously at their hand. The room erupts into chaos, half screaming, half bowing before your foresight. By now, the tavern keeper looks less impressed and more concerned. But you are too far gone, drunk on both ale and prophecy. You climb atop the bench, raising your tankard like a scepter, and bellow predictions about the fates of your followers. You cry, pointing to a man with one eyebrow. You shall find love by the well, he beams. And you jab the ladle drummer from earlier. Your cow shall give twice the milk tomorrow. He falls to his knees, tears streaming, thanking you as though you blessed him yourself. Your fan from the iron lungs shouts, "Tell us of the future, prophet." The crowd chants with him, their voices growing louder, desperate for truth. The mead burns in your stomach, filling your head with fire. You tilt your chin, eyes narrowed in divine intoxication, and deliver the words they crave. The future is more ale. The tavern explodes with cheers. Mugs are raised, beer sloshes, and the chant becomes deafening. For a brief, shining moment, you believe it. You believe you are chosen, that the gods of hops and barley whisper secrets into your ear alone. You can feel their faith washing over you like warm mead, sweet and sticky, binding you to the role you've carved for yourself. You are no longer a drunk at a tavern. You are the prophet of ale, the seer of suds, the herald of hangovers. And then, just as suddenly, you hiccup. The hiccup becomes a burp. The burp becomes a fall as you topple backward off the bench, sprawling onto the floor. The crowd gasps, then debates. Was it a miracle? A sign? A warning? No one agrees, but no one doubts. As you lie there, dizzy and staring up at the beams of the ceiling, someone places a chunk of cheese into your hand like an offering. You clutch it to your chest solemnly, eyes half closed, and whisper, "Prophecy fulfilled." The tavern erupts again, voices echoing your title, "Ale prophet, ale prophet." The chant shakes the walls, and though you're half asleep on the floor, you know one thing with absolute certainty. Tomorrow, no one will believe you. But tonight, you are a god. You decide the tavern needs holiness. Not the dull sort of holiness monks drone about, but the true divine sparkle only you, chosen vessel of hops and barley, can bestow. Rising unsteadily, you dip 2 fingers into your frothing mug and fling foam into the air like holy water. By the power of ale, you slur, "I bless this house." At first, people laugh. They think it's part of your usual drunk performance, like when you married a broom or dueled a chicken with your eyes. But you don't stop. No, this is serious. You smear foam across the beams of the ceiling, across the tavern's doorframe, across the bewildered face of a man just trying to drink in peace. He sputters, wiping froth from his beard, but you hush him with all the solemnity of a bishop. "Be still," you whisper. "You are purified." You climb a bench and raise your mug high, tilting it just enough that foam sloshes over the rim, dripping onto the floorboards in lumpy clumps. With each drop you declare, "Blessed, blessed." Someone points out that it looks less like blessing and more like sticky mess, but you glare at them with righteous fury, foam sliding down your wrist like liquid benediction. When you spill some onto the fire, it hisses and sputters, sending up a sour cloud that smells less divine and more like wet dog. The crowd coughs, waving the fumes away, but you press on. "Sacrifice!" you shout. The foam accepts it. No one knows what that means, least of all you, but it feels holy in the moment. The tavern keeper tries to intervene, but by then you've fully committed. You dip your entire hand into the froth, scooping it out by the fistful, smearing it across tables like protective runes. A farmer gasps as you mark his forehead with a sloppy ale cross. "You are now invincible," you declare. He sneezes immediately, proving otherwise, but you ignore him. You stagger to the hearth, fling a glob of foam into the flames, and shout, "By beer united!" The foam pops loudly, spraying embers. Sparks rain onto the rushes, sending two men stomping frantically before the fire spreads. Everyone glares at you, but you just beam proudly. "It's working," you insist. The spirits approve. Then comes the accident. You trip over your own mug, tumble headfirst into a barrel, and emerge dripping, your hair plastered down in sudsy clumps. The tavern groans, pinching their noses as the smell of stale beer floods the air. You stagger forward, arms out, declaring, "I baptize thee," before collapsing onto a bench, leaving damp stains in your wake. 3 days later, the tavern still reeks. The foam dried into crusty patches that no amount of scrubbing removes, and every time someone walks across the floor, a faint squelch echoes. The smell is worse. Like spoiled bread left too long in the sun, villagers whisper about the blessing, half mocking, half wary, as though your disaster might have actually cursed the place. You, however, remain convinced you brought sanctity. You strut back into the tavern with your head high, announcing, "This is a holy house now." The tavern keeper mutters something about never letting you near a barrel again, but you ignore him, breathing deep the stench you left behind. To you, it smells like history. It smells like triumph. But mostly, it smells like beer gone wrong. The candle stares at you first, a thin wick glowing defiantly in its stub of wax. The flame dances like it knows something you don't, which is everything. You narrow your eyes at it, lifting your mug slowly, suspicious of its smug flicker. Everyone else at the tavern is busy shouting over dice and mugs, but for you the world has shrunk to this duel of minds, this cosmic exchange between flesh and fire. You lean forward, slurring, "What do you mean by that?" The candle says nothing, of course, but the silence feels loaded, heavy, accusatory. You squint harder, convinced the flame is mocking you, that every sway of its little body is a scoff at your existence. "Oh, you think you're clever, don't you?" you mutter, jabbing a finger at it. Sitting there, all bright and mysterious. "But what do you really know?" The candle flickers. In your head, that's laughter. Cruel laughter. You slam your palm on the table, nearly tipping your mug, and launch into a speech about the hardships of mortal life, about shoes that vanish in the mud, about hangovers that feel like divine punishment, about unrequited love for brooms. You spill it all out, and the candle listens with infuriating patience, glowing calmly while your words unravel. When you finally pause for breath, the candle bends slightly in a draft, flame bowing toward you, and you take it as a rebuttal. No, you listen. You argue, wagging your finger. Don't act like your life is perfect. You burn down to nothing, don't you? All wax and wick, gone in the end. At least I'll leave a mark. Someone coughs behind you, and you puff your chest, proud of your point. But the candle only flickers again, stronger, more certain. You feel your argument crumbling under its quiet glow. It has a point, doesn't it? The candle gives light, warmth, even guidance in the dark. You give noise, spilled beer, turnip-related drama. The comparison does not favor you. You gulp down the last of your ale for courage, lean in close until your nose is almost in the flame, and whisper, "You win." The words taste bitter, but also freeing. You drop your head in solemn defeat, forehead nearly touching the table, then rise unsteadily to bow. A full, sweeping bow, as though addressing royalty. A murmur runs through the tavern as people notice what you're doing, but you don't care. In this moment, the candle is not wax and fire. It is wisdom incarnate, and you are its humble disciple. You raise your mug high in toast. "To the candle," you shout, "wisest of us all." The tavern erupts in laughter, but you ignore them. You hold your gaze steady on the flame, which dances modestly, and you swear it nods in acknowledgement. You wipe a tear from your eye. It might just be smoke stinging, but you call it emotion and sit back down in reverent silence. The debate is over. You have lost, completely, thoroughly, gloriously. And somehow, losing feels right. You sip the dregs of your drink, watching the little flame sway in its pool of wax, and think that maybe, just maybe, it knows something you never will. It starts as all your worst ideas do, with confidence and no supervision. You're hunched over a table already sticky with spilled ale, surrounded by empty mugs and half-eaten bread crusts, when inspiration strikes like a thunderbolt. The tavern doesn't need more mead. It doesn't need another round of cider. What it needs, you declare to no one in particular, is innovation. A drink so bold, it will rewrite history itself. You drag whatever's within reach toward you. A half-empty flagon of ale, a jug of questionable cider, a splash of leftover wine. Into the mix goes honey, because honey makes everything fancy. Then, reaching for the nearest container, you find a small inkpot the scribe left behind earlier in the day. It glistens black and oily in the lamplight, daring you. A sane person would stop. You, however, are not sober, nor sane. Ink, you whisper dramatically, pouring a splash into the mess. The liquids swirl together into something that looks like a potion and smells like despair. You grin, convinced you are a genius. Behold, the scribe's last words. You raise the concoction triumphantly, as if angels will descend to applaud. Instead, a single fly buzzes suspiciously around the rim. A brave or foolish onlooker leans over, sniffing the cup. "That's not drinkable," he mutters. You glare at him with the conviction of a prophet. "It's not just drinkable, it's destiny," he scoffs. But you have a way of convincing people, mostly through peer pressure and sheer volume. Soon the crowd chants for him to try it. The man sighs, mutters a prayer, and takes a swallow. His eyes widen instantly. He gasps, clutching the edge of the table, staring into nothing as though he's glimpsed eternity. I see things," he breathes. The tavern goes silent. "I see goats, so many goats, and one of them speaks Latin." Gasps ripple through the crowd. Someone crosses themselves. Another shouts, "A miracle." You puff up with pride. You didn't just make a drink, you made prophecy in liquid form. You shove the cup toward another volunteer, who hesitates, then gulps it down. She drops the cup, staggers back, and proclaims, "The sky will rain turnips at dawn." People scream, half in fear, half in awe. The drink, they decide, is not just alcohol, it's revelation. Suddenly, the tavern is alive with desperate hands reaching for your invention. Everyone wants a sip of fate, a glimpse of tomorrow, even if it tastes like rotten parchment. You dole it out in sloppy pours, declaring yourself keeper of visions. Every person who drinks collapses into some declaration, some mad riddle that no one understands but everyone pretends is wise. One man insists he has seen the tavern keeper dancing naked on the roof. Another swears the chickens will rise in rebellion by next week. A woman weeps openly, declaring she has foreseen her lost shoe beneath the stable hay. The predictions make no sense, yet the tavern eats them up like gospel. You're hailed as an alchemist, a visionary, maybe even a sorcerer. People whisper that you've harnessed the ink of monks to tap into the mysteries of the divine. You bask in their reverence, pretending you knew all along what would happen. You even sip your own creation, nearly gagging at the bitterness, before forcing yourself to nod gravely. Yes, you say, coughing. I too see, but you see nothing. Only black stains on your tongue and the creeping certainty that ink was never meant for the stomach. You smile anyway, because the crowd needs a leader. And tonight, that leader is you. By the end of the night, half the tavern is babbling in visions, sprawled across benches, speaking in riddles about butter, swords, and mysterious shadows in wells. The floor is sticky, the air thick with the smell of honeyed ink, and your invention reigns supreme. You sit atop the chaos like a king, ladle in one hand, mug in the other, proud beyond reason. Will the turnips fall from the sky? Will the chickens rebel? Will the tavern keeper really dance naked under the stars? You don't know, but the people believe, and that's enough to keep pouring. You don't remember lying down in the hay. One moment you're leaning against a mug in the tavern, the next you're sinking into something soft and scratchy that smells faintly of animals and spilled cider. The haystack welcomes you like an old friend, prickly but forgiving, and you let yourself melt into it, mumbling half a tune about fish or turnips. The night blurs, and then nothing. When you wake, the sun is streaming through a crack in the barn wall, painting golden lines across your face. Your tongue feels like wool, your head hums like a blacksmith's anvil, and your mouth tastes faintly of both ink and despair. You sit up slowly, spitting out a straw, only to realize there's a small crowd gathered outside the barn door. They're staring at you with wide, reverent eyes. At first, you think you've been caught trespassing again. You prepare to stammer out an apology, but before you can, a woman gasps and clasps her hands together. "It's him," she whispers, "the dream speaker." Another man bows deeply, nearly tipping into the mud. "Prophet of hay," he cries. Your hangover-addled brain tries to stitch the words together, but all you manage is a confused grunt. A goat bleats loudly beside you, shifting on its hooves as if in agreement. The crowd murmurs with awe. Even the beasts acknowledge him, someone says. You glance at the goat, who stares back with unsettling intensity. You don't remember speaking to it last night, but then again, you don't remember much of anything past your 6th mug. The villagers begin recounting the events of your sleep, all at once, their voices tumbling over each other. Apparently, while snoring in the hay, you sat up, eyes closed, and delivered a speech so moving, so profound, that people claim it changed their lives. One insists you spoke of unity, of how goats and men must share the earth in harmony. Another swears you revealed a secret to happiness. Always butter the second side. You have no idea what that means, but they nod solemnly, as if it's divine law. The goat beside you sneezes, startling you into nearly falling over. The crowd gasps again, convinced it's a sign. He blessed the creature, someone shouts. You wave your hands weakly, trying to explain that you were unconscious, but the more you deny, the more convinced they become. Denial to them is humility. Humility is proof of greatness. By midday, the story has spread beyond the barn. The tavern is full of whispers about the hay prophet, the sleeper whose words drift between this world and the next. Farmers lean on their pitchforks, retelling how you spoke in a voice not quite your own, as though channeling some divine force of mead and hay dust. Children tug at your sleeve, begging you to say something wise, anything, so they can tell their friends they heard you speak. You try. You really do. But the only words that come out are, "Drink water." Strangely, this only cements your reputation further. A woman clutches her chest and murmurs, "Simple, pure, profound." The goat has not left your side all day. It follows you faithfully, staring as though you're the only human worth listening to. The villagers take this as proof that your midnight sermon was meant for it, a sacred covenant between you and livestock. You name the goat Gregory, because he looks like a Gregory, and the crowd gasps again at your holy christening. By evening, you stumble back into the tavern with Gregory trotting beside you and the entire village buzzing about. Your newfound fame. Strangers buy you drinks to fuel your next vision. You raise your mug half-heartedly, baffled, but let them cheer your name anyway. Somewhere deep down you know you did nothing but drool into hay. But no one wants the truth. They want the story. And so, you let them have it. The goat bleats again, and the tavern erupts into applause. You sigh, drink deeply, and wonder if this is how saints are made. By accident, while snoring in a barn, you spot the merchant the moment he walks into the tavern. Silks too fine for this village, rings glinting on his fingers, the kind of man who looks like he has coin and the power to decide who doesn't. He sits down with a posture that screams self-importance, orders a goblet of wine as though the local mead is beneath him, and instantly you know you must prove him wrong. This is your tavern. This is mead country. And tonight, you will show him the glory of fermented honey through the most powerful method you can imagine. Interpretive aerobics. You stand, wobbling only slightly, and announce to the room, "Ladies, gentlemen, goats, behold, the art of mead in motion." A few patrons groan. Others perk up, sensing disaster worth watching. The merchant raises an eyebrow, already amused, which only fuels your determination. You seize your mug, chug what's left in a single gulp, then thrust it skyward like a banner. "Phase 1, you declare, the pouring of destiny." You tilt your body forward, pretending to pour an invisible jug into an invisible cup. It should look graceful. It doesn't. Your elbow pops audibly, and someone snorts into their ale. Still, you power through, lunging dramatically across the floorboards, splashing foam everywhere from your not-so-empty mug. "Behold the cascade of golden nectar," you cry. The merchant smirks, unimpressed, but the tavern has begun to clap in rhythm, egging you on. Next is the swirl of eternity. You spin with your mug extended, trying to mimic the swirling of drink in a goblet. Instead, you collide with a bench, knocking a farmer flat onto his back. He sits up laughing, raising his drink to you, which you interpret as divine approval. "The people understand," you declare, stumbling back to your imaginary choreography. Your legs feel like lead and wings at once, and you leap as best you can into the foamy blessing, which involves a squat that your knees immediately disagree with. Something in your thigh snaps like a lute string. You grunt, trying to mask the pain with a triumphant grin, but the sweat pouring down your face betrays you. "All part of the ritual," you shout, hobbling in a circle. The merchant chuckles now, finally entertained, and you redouble your efforts, determined to win him fully. You attempt a handstand to represent the inverted mug, but instead collapse like a sack of wet grain, legs splayed, mead sloshing onto the floor. The crowd roars with laughter. Someone throws a turnip in encouragement. Groaning, you drag yourself upright, panting heavily, your tunic sticking to your back. You know you've only got one move left, the finale. "Witness the mead sun," you bellow, lifting your mug high above your head with both hands. You stretch onto your toes, body trembling, arms quivering, as though channeling divine power through fermented honey. For a brief second, you actually feel majestic, radiant, chosen. Then your wrist buckles, the mug slips, and the mead crashes down onto your face in a foamy baptism. The tavern erupts. They clap, stomp, howl with laughter, some chanting your name, others shouting, "Encore!" You sputter, wiping honey-wet froth from your eyes, your pride leaking out onto the floor with the spilled drink. The merchant raises his goblet slowly, gives you a mock salute, and takes a sip of his wine. You limp back to your bench, every muscle aching, dignity shredded like old parchment. The goat in the corner gives you a long, unimpressed stare, as if even it knows better than to attempt meat aerobics. But when the farmer you flattened offers you a fresh mug and calls you champion of the people, you can't help but grin through the pain. The merchant might not be swayed, but the tavern is yours tonight. And besides, bruises fade faster than legends. You decide that the tavern isn't ready for your genius. No, your art needs a stage, something raw, something authentic. And so, when inspiration strikes you in the dim moonlight and you stumble past the outhouse, you realize you've found it, the perfect venue. The air is earthy, the acoustics questionable, but the audience, drunk villagers drawn by curiosity and boredom, is ready. You climb onto a barrel beside the outhouse door and raise your arms. "Welcome," you declare, "to the first ever poetry slam." The crowd stares, unblinking, mugs in hand. A goat bleats in the background. You clear your throat dramatically, pull a soggy scrap of parchment from your sleeve. It's actually an old bill for bread. And begin. "Ode to Ale, Part 1, you announce, swaying like a bard possessed. Your voice booms. "Golden river, frothy crown, ye drown my sorrows while I drown in thee." The words hang in the night, heavy and absurd. One man actually claps, another shouts, louder, and so you comply, bellowing verses about mead like it's the lifeblood of empires. The outhouse door creaks open mid-verse, and a bewildered farmer peers out, trousers half-fastened. You throw a hand toward him as though he's part of the act. And behold, the man reborn from the dark chamber of reflection. The crowd explodes with laughter. The farmer retreats, humiliated, slamming the door behind him. You take a bow, proud of your improvisation. Next, you invite challengers. A wiry shepherd stumbles forward, his beard full of straw, and recites a free-form piece about sheep. It's mostly bleating noises with the occasional rhyme, about wool, but you nod gravely, as if he's channeled the muses. The crowd cheers, half sincere, half mocking, and someone wipes their eyes. "Beautiful," you whisper, placing a hand on your heart. Then comes the woman with the turnip. She storms up, throws the root vegetable at your feet, and declares, "This is my poem." You stare at the turnip, unsure if she's brilliant or just very drunk. Either way, the crowd erupts into wild applause. You seize the moment, lifting the turnip like a sacred relic and shouting. Her words strike deep. People chant her name until she blushes crimson, which only fuels them more. By now, the poetry slam has devolved into chaos. A man tries to outdo the shepherd with a bawdy limerick about a cow and a knight. Another villager performs a dramatic monologue about bread, waving half a loaf in the air as though it's Hamlet's skull. Someone even drags the goat forward, insisting its bleat counts as verse. You solemnly declare the goat's piece avant-garde, which brings the house, or rather, the outhouse, to tears. The mead flows freely, and soon everyone is shouting rhymes, some incomprehensible, some surprisingly moving. You belt out one final poem to close the night, a drunken masterpiece about stars and spilled cider and the eternal mystery of socks that go missing in the wash. Your words slur together, but the passion is undeniable. The villagers stomp their feet, clap their hands, and cry out for more, their cheers echoing into the dark fields. You bow deeply, arms wide, straw sticking out of your hair, smelling faintly of latrine but basking in glory. The outhouse door creaks again, this time from within, and someone mutters angrily about trying to concentrate. The crowd roars with laughter, chanting your name, and you realize you've done it. You've transformed a stinking wooden shack into a temple of art. As the night fades and the crowd drifts away, you sit on the barrel, turnip in your lap like a trophy. The smell of the outhouse hangs heavy, the applause still ringing in your ears, and though you can't remember half your verses, you know one thing for certain. You were, for a moment, the poet laureate of drunken fools, and the turnip was your crown. It begins, as most of your ideas do, with a half-empty mug and too much confidence. The tavern is buzzing, voices rising like smoke, and you are suddenly gripped by what you are certain will be your contribution to culture itself. You stand, wobbling slightly, and declare, "Behold, a new sport for the ages." The crowd goes quiet just long enough for you to hurl your mug toward the hearth. It smashes against the stones, ale spraying like holy water, and in that golden splash of chaos, you discover cup toss theology. The rules are simple, though only you seem to know them. You grab another mug, raise it high, and intone, and lo, the righteous shall cast down their vessels. With that, you fling it across the room, narrowly missing a serving boy and hitting the wall with a glorious crack. Everyone gasps. You grin. "Bonus points for scripture," you announce, as if the tavern has been waiting centuries for this revelation. Someone in the back, emboldened by drink, shouts, "Do not covet thy neighbor's goat," and launches their mug at the door. It ricochets off harmlessly, clattering to the floor. The crowd bursts into laughter, and suddenly you've created not just a game, but a movement. Farmers, smiths, and barmaids take turns hurling mugs while shouting verses, psalms, or things that vaguely sound biblical but are almost certainly not. "Blessed are the cheesemakers," one man cries, his throw bouncing off a chair. The priest arrives after the third mug hits the rafters. He stands in the doorway, robes disheveled, eyes wide with horror and curiosity. He watches as a woman bellows, "The meek shall inherit this chair," and wings her cup directly into a stool, splintering it. The crowd roars. The priest does not. He marches forward, demanding to know what madness grips the tavern, but before he can lecture, you hand him a mug. You whisper solemnly, "Even the apostles played." For a long moment he hesitates, torn between outrage and temptation. The tavern holds its breath. Then, with surprising speed, he hurls the mug at the far wall and shouts, "Let he who is without sin cast the first." The rest is drowned in the cheer that erupts as the mug shatters perfectly against a beam. The priest lowers his hand slowly, eyes shining with something like shame, something like triumph. Now the game is unstoppable. The tavern transforms into an arena of theology and broken pottery. Mugs fly like divine comets, smashing against walls, beams, and occasionally heads. Someone quotes the book of Revelations with such gusto that their mug embeds itself in the thatch ceiling. Another cites a proverb so obscure even the priest raises an eyebrow, though he claps politely when the mug lands inside the ale barrel. You, of course, act as referee, prophet, and chronicler all at once. You announce points that have no meaning, declare heretics for poor aim, and crown victors only to dethrone them seconds later. The tavern becomes a cathedral of noise, laughter, and shards of clay crunching underfoot. The serving wench tries to protest, but even she is swept into the madness, muttering, "Thou shalt not spill thy neighbor's pint," before tossing a mug square into a bucket. By the end of the night, the floor is a graveyard of shattered cups. The priest is slumped in a corner, muttering about redemption through accuracy, and you stand upon a table declaring victory for all. You proclaim that cup toss theology shall spread across the land, uniting faith and foolishness in one glorious sport. The crowd believes you, or at least they're too drunk to argue. As silence finally falls, the tavern smelling of ale and dust, you hold up the last unbroken mug like a relic. You murmur, "Amen," and place it gently on the table. It immediately tips over and rolls away. And so the first season of cup toss theology ends. It starts with a rumor, as many of your worst and best ideas do. You're in the tavern, half-empty mug in hand, when someone whispers that the monastery on the hill offers ale to its brothers without coin. Free, flowing, holy, the words drip into your ear like honey, and you picture yourself in simple robes, tankard always full, a life of peace and drink secured. You nod sagely, pretending you're interested in spiritual enlightenment, but really you're already wondering how quickly you can shave your head and walk up the hill. The idea grows stronger as the night wears on. The tavern charges you for every refill. The serving wench sighs at your empty gestures of coin you don't have, and you begin to think that perhaps the monks have it right. No debts, no tavern keepers glaring at you, just faith, chance, and ale brewed in great barrels by men who believe every swallow brings you closer to heaven. You stand abruptly, declare that you're off to seek divine membership, and stagger toward the door before anyone can remind you that monks don't tend to accept applicants who reek of spilled cider. The monastery looms like a patient giant at the top of the hill, its walls pale in the moonlight. You puff your chest out as you stumble up the path, rehearsing your vows in between hiccups. Poverty, you mumble, patting your empty coin pouch with satisfaction. Chastity, you add, though the broom incident still stings. Obedience, you whisper, though your definition of the word is already suspect. And then, the unspoken vow, the one that shines like a star in your imagination. Ale, endless and free. The gates are closed, but you find a side door and knock with the solemnity of a man demanding entry into paradise. A monk opens it, his face round and serene, and peers at you as though sensing instantly that your faith is somewhat shallow. You drop to your knees, nearly toppling forward, and declare that you are ready to renounce the world. He squints, but lets you in, perhaps believing God has a sense of humor. Inside, the air smells of bread, beeswax, and faintly of malt. You're led to a hall where other monks sit in silence, sipping dark ale from wooden mugs as though it is both prayer and sustenance. The sight nearly brings you to tears. Here it is, the promised land. Rows of brothers calmly drinking without the need to barter chickens or haul firewood to pay their tab. You sit down, reach eagerly for a mug, and are given one with a smile. The ale is rich, smooth, so much stronger than the tavern's watery brew. You sigh so loudly that two monks glance at you with mild alarm. You raise your mug again, ready to drain it in one go. When the monk beside you touches your arm, he presses a finger to his lips. Silence. You nod, trying to look devout, but then the ale fizzes unexpectedly in your throat. A burp rumbles up, fierce and unstoppable, a beast clawing for freedom. You clamp your mouth shut, cheeks bulging, eyes watering, while the other monks serenely sip their mugs like men without gas. The realization strikes with crushing weight. The vow of silence is absolute. Not only words, but sounds. No chants of drunken joy, no bawdy songs, no rambling sermons about goats at 3 a.m, and worst of all, no burping. You look around the hall in despair, noting the serene faces of men who have not belched in years, perhaps decades. They have banished the sacred burp, and in its place found stillness. You, on the other hand, are a storm barely held inside your skin. You imagine your life here, days of brewing, nights of silent drinking, weeks without laughter, and a chest tight with swallowed burps. The vision is horrifying. You set your mug down slowly, as though placing a relic upon an altar, and push back from the table. The monks watch you with gentle curiosity, not judgment. One raises his eyebrows in a silent question, but you only shake your head. You whisper the first vow you can truly keep. Not for me. You slip out the side door, the cool air of the hill washing over you, and let loose the thunderous burp that's been held hostage. It echoes against the monastery walls like a heretical gong. You laugh, relieved, even as you clutch your stomach. Maybe the ale was free, but freedom itself comes at a price. and you're not about to pay it with silence. You stumble back toward the village, where the tavern waits with its chatter, its music, and its overpriced mugs. It's not holy, but it's loud. And for tonight, that's enough. The night is soft around you, lantern light flickering against stone walls, the tavern's noise, a fading hum behind you. You've staggered away from the clamor, clutching a quill you don't remember stealing and a scrap of parchment that may have once wrapped cheese. You sit heavily at a table that wobbles like your vision, and for reasons you cannot explain, you feel the urgent pull of poetry. The ale in your veins whispers that now, right now, is the time to write words that will echo across the centuries. Words of love, words of truth. You dip the quill into something dark that might be ink, or might be yesterday's stew, and you begin. The first line is shaky, sprawling across the page in a flourish that looks more like a goose than a letter, but you don't care. You are possessed, aflame with inspiration. You write to someone noble, someone kind, someone who understands you better than any soul alive. You write to yourself, my dearest and most astonishing creature. You begin, and your heart lurches at your own brilliance. No one has ever addressed you with such reverence. You continue, quills scratching furiously as blotches spatter the parchment. You tell yourself you are brave for surviving so many nights of spilled ale and questionable decisions. You are charming for making goats laugh, strong for lifting 3 mugs at once, and wise for discovering that turnips can, in fact, listen. You praise your dancing, even though the table did not survive. You admire your stamina, even though the floor often defeats you. Every sentence blooms larger, every compliment more lavish, until you are nearly gasping at the majesty of your own reflection in words. Halfway through, you pause, tears blurring your sight, and sip from your mug for strength. A passerby peers over your shoulder, squints at your sprawling text, and mutters, "You're writing to yourself, aren't you?" You wave them away, outraged that anyone could interrupt such a sacred ritual. This is no ordinary letter. This is scripture. This is legacy. You lean back, quill poised dramatically, and whisper, "I deserve this." The words grow more intimate as you go. You describe the way your hair shines in the firelight, how your smile could convince even the sternest abbot to dance, how your laugh rattles rafters and perhaps heals the sick. You imagine future generations discovering this parchment, marveling at the raw honesty, perhaps setting it to music. You are certain kings will one day quote it before battle. You write faster, pouring out every thought, every slurred syllable of adoration, until the page is covered in loops and blotches and sentences that may or may not be legible. When at last the quill slips from your hand, you stare at what you've created. It is glorious. It is devastating. It is somewhat unreadable. But the emotion is clear. You fold it carefully, kiss the corner, and stumble toward your bed. With ceremony fit for royalty, you tack it. Above your pillow, you lie down, gazing at your masterpiece, and feel tears streak your cheeks. Not from sadness, but from the overwhelming power of your own beauty in ink. You murmur the opening line again, "My dearest and most astonishing creature," and it nearly undoes you. You sob, softly, clutching your blanket, convinced that no one in history has loved as fully, as ferociously, as you love yourself in this moment. When morning comes, the parchment will look less like poetry and more like a chicken's footprints across mud. The stains will smell faintly of onions, and the words will tumble over each other in drunken chaos. But tonight, in this fragile glow, it is everything. Tonight, it is holy. And as sleep drags you under, you whisper one final vow. You will never doubt your own magnificence again, at least until tomorrow's hangover. You carry it in your hands like a relic, the way a knight might carry a holy sword or a monk his most precious book. The turnip is small, pale, still speckled with dirt from the last field it called home. For weeks it's been following you, not physically but in the corner of your mind, a little root-shaped echo of your worst moment. You don't even fully remember what you did. Something involving dancing, a toast gone wrong, and words you shouldn't have said. But the guilt clings anyway. Tonight, under the low glow of the tavern's last candles, you decide it's time. You're going to apologize. You step outside to the courtyard, clutching the turnip as though it might slip away. The air smells of wet wood and spilled ale, the ground soft under your boots. You sit on an overturned barrel and hold the turnip up at eye level. Its carved smile from that night has faded, but the faint lines remain, making it look patient. It doesn't judge you. It just waits. I was drunk. You start, your voice low and rough. You know that. Everyone knows that. But still, you trail off, feeling foolish. You're talking to a vegetable. A week ago, this would have been a joke, another story to add to your nights of nonsense. But now it feels heavier, like a confession to something bigger. You tell it everything, how you mocked it during that toast, how you used it as a prop in a speech about destiny, how you might have tried to waltz with it while singing off-key. You remember calling it your silent lover to a room full of villagers, the laughter that followed, and the way you tossed it aside like it was nothing. The words spill out in one long stream, slurred but sincere, until your throat aches. You didn't deserve that, you whisper. The turnip, of course, says nothing, but in the stillness you imagine it breathing, listening. A goat bleats in the distance as though offering commentary, and you glare over your shoulder. This is private, you hiss at the goat, and it trots off, unimpressed. You turn back to the turnip, feeling strangely small beneath the stars. I'm sorry, you say at last. The words are softer than you expected, quieter but heavier too. You hold the turnip closer, your forehead almost touching it. I should have treated you with respect. You gave me something, hope, or at least a place to put it, and I turned it into a joke. You're not a joke. You laugh weakly. You're a turnip, but you're my turnip. A breeze drifts through the courtyard, cool and gentle. The carved smile seems clearer now, faint but real, like the turnip is acknowledging you. You know it's just light and imagination, but in that moment it feels like forgiveness. You feel it settle in your chest, a warmth that's different from mead. I'll do better, you promise. No more making you a punchline, no more careless toasts. I'll keep you safe, maybe plant you in good soil when the time comes. You pause, realizing you've just sworn an oath to a root vegetable, but somehow it feels right. You lean back on the barrel, eyes closing, the turnip resting in your lap. For the first time in days, maybe weeks, the restless buzz in your head quiets. The courtyard is still, the tavern behind you muffled with the low murmur of voices, the night sky above, endless and calm. You breathe deep, feeling something in you click back into place like a hinge repaired. When you finally rise, you're not lighter exactly, but steadier. You tuck the turnip carefully into your bag as though carrying a companion and head back inside. The tavern glows warm, the laughter of others spilling over you, but you're not performing tonight. Not yet. For now you sit at your corner table, hands wrapped around your mug, the turnip beside you. It doesn't need to speak, and neither do you. It's enough. You feel whole again. The night has stretched itself thin, like butter scraped over too much bread, and you are the last stubborn ember refusing to fade. The tavern is quiet now. The raucous songs dissolved into snores and muttered dreams. A single candle burns low on the table before you, dripping wax like the hourglass of a fool's patience. Your mug sits in your hand, heavy and final, the dregs of the evening sloshing gently. You stare into it as though the secrets of the universe might be revealed if only you squint hard enough. All you see is foam. You tell yourself this is it, the last one, the last sip, the last stumble into the mist. You've said it before, but this time you believe it with a passion usually reserved for declarations of love to broomsticks and oaths made to turnips. You even say the words out loud. Never again. The tavern is too empty to answer, though you imagine the candle flickers in skepticism. Still, the mug feels righteous in your hand. You lift it, wobbling slightly, and declare a toast, not to kings or saints or victories, but to the true pillars of your life. To bad ideas, which carried you further than wisdom ever could. To the shoes you've misplaced, sacrificed bravely to mud, rivers, or mysterious hedgehogs. To the stories no one will ever believe. Not because they didn't happen, but because they happened to you. The toast hangs in the air, absurd and noble, and you drink. The liquid hits your tongue, sweet and bitter, the taste of endings that never quite end. It slides down your throat and blooms warm in your belly. For a moment, the world holds still, as though it's letting you savor the lie you've chosen. Then it spins, slowly at first, then with gusto, the way a drunk blacksmith might attempt ballet. The candle blurs into 2, then 3. The table slants beneath you, and your head feels both too light and impossibly heavy. You grip the mug tighter, laughing to yourself, not because it's funny, but because it's all you can do. You set the mug down with exaggerated care, as though it were a newborn child, and lean back in your chair. The tavern smells of ash and stale bread, but to you it is home, kingdom, cathedral. Your eyelids droop, but your mouth curves into a smile. You think of everything: the turnip that forgave you, the goose that heckled you, the broom that spurned you, the chicken that humiliated you, the goats that judged you, the mead that carried you to strange villages and stranger revelations. You think of the band you formed with pots and a ladle, the philosophy you shouted in the square, the love letter you wrote to yourself. Every misstep and miracle blurs together, absurd and shining. And maybe that's the point. Not the ale or the mead or the mushrooms, not even the brawls or the songs or the toasts. It's the living, the ridiculous, messy living that tangles itself into nights like this, until you can't tell where the laughter ends and the shame begins. You are drunk, you are foolish, you are alive. You close your eyes and let the spinning take you, smiling at the thought of tomorrow. Tomorrow when you will wake with bread in your hair, or perhaps in a barrel again. Tomorrow when you will groan, swear off drink for the 100th time, and mean it with all your battered heart. Tomorrow when someone will remind you of tonight and you will deny every word except the ones you'll insist were profound. For now, though, you sit in the quiet tavern, one last cup raised to the gods of chaos. Your voice cracks as you murmur the final toast again, softer, gentler, to bad ideas, missed shoes and stories no one believes. You drink, the world spins, you smile,